hours of motorboating.
Oh man.
Hello, 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 Derby friends out there in the planet of roller derby. Welcome back to the 2025 Clover Cup live from North Richland Hills, hosted by the Dallas Derby Devils. I'm Scarlett O'Hurtya.
I am Captain Motorboater. Happy to be here with you guys on this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
It is a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Chock full of awesome roller derby this weekend, and we're not going to be scarred for any more because we're going to get our cup filled by the Dallas Derby Devils.
Indeed, indeed. And we have producing for us today the incomparable cakes, and we're going to introduce you to these teams.
Start off with the Dallas Derby Devils, Army of Darkness. Number 02, that's Coco. 113 is Velocity Raptor. 1229, G-Spox. Number 21, Crank Cat. 235 is Guillotine Fish. Number 313, Olo Cholo. 401, Ramsey. Number 44, Blazing Asian. 55 is Scare Bear. Number 8, Night Fury. Number 88, Eliminator. Number 9 is Bailey Wheat. 918 is Huckleberry Jim. Number 96, Daisy Deathwish. 999 is Nancy on the bench, coaching with G.I. Joel alongside Quadzilla. It's your Army of Darkness, Dallas Derby Devils.
And skating in the white jerseys today is Team Montana. We have number 0, Mauled Whiskey, 12, Foggy, 17, Texas Twister, 1802, Tank, 1888, Mac Attack, not skating, 23, Sparta, 29, Danny DeFito, 306, Stout, 36, Double D, 362, Special Chaos, 37, Rollin' Rogue, 44, Montucky Lucky, 468, Show Me Your Kitties, 49, Party Thrasher, 619, Party Crasher, and number 77 is Brutal Kimpact. Once I get the bench for Montana, we will be sure to throw that in as a fun little bit of information for everyone. Oh, they have no staff. That's why it's not on my roster.
Staffless.
So both of these teams we have seen play already. Montana has really impressed me.
Yeah, they had a great first game. Power, speed, defense is going to be the hallmark of Montana. Dallas, we're going to get a whole lot of offense I'm seeing in this first half. I'm feeling like they're going to come out and really start to try to push the pedal to the metal early before that defense of Montana is able to settle in.
The first up out on the jam line, we have Ramsey for Dallas facing off against Sparta for Team Montana. Sparta.
Right through that 2-wall up front. Blazing Asian tried to hang on with Bailey, but to no avail. Now it's a scoring opportunity for Team Montana. Sparta easy on the inside. 4 points on the board. Star pass to Bailey Wheat. That'll force a quick call off, but a nice opening start for Team Montana.
That's really interesting, that star pass right there from Dallas, because the last game that Montana played, River City Riot, they had the most star passes I've ever seen in a game. I mean, double digits, and started fairly early. So I'm curious to see if Dallas observed that. Now back to the action on the track.
Like a Lemonator for the Army of Darkness.
And Foggy for Team Montana.
Foggy's had a great tournament start.
But no match for a Lemonator, who is out in front, lead jammer for Dallas Derby Devils.
Helmet cover off instantly. Foggy's looking to get that passed off. That was accomplished, but now Show Me Your Kitties has got to get past Juicebox, and now a 2-wall with Scare Bear on the outside.
Oh, we have a penalty called on.
Forearm is the call. The Lemonator's headed to the box.
And Star Pass is executed. So this will go to its natural conclusion. 2 minutes, power jam for Montana. Dallas defense locking it down despite being down a blocker with their pivot in the box.
Got 3 of the tallest skaters all on one line here with Juicebox, Guillotine Grace, and Scare Bear.
Juicebox has always intimidated me as a blocker.
One of the most brutal in the game.
For sure.
That's why you're noticing not a lot of scoring happening during that power jam.
And an effective penalty kill there by Dallas, with Eliminator now back into the fray. We have 37 seconds left on the jam clock, with 4 points on that first scoring pass for Eliminator.
Yeah, I'm sure that Show Me Your Kitties is rethinking this whole Star Pass situation because Foggy's got a lot better lateral movement and would probably be handling this gigantic wall a little easier.
That's a good point. That power push-through strategy just doesn't work when you're trumped by size.
Eliminator's like weaving in and out of these packs, putting points on the board. That's 12 now on this jam for Eliminator.
Well, if you look at that shape that Dallas is holding down in their defensive structure, that is really making it easy for these wide open spaces for Eliminator to zigzag on through, and totally maximizing that opportunity with 12 points on the jam. Looks like Montana did manage to put 4 on the board, so we do have a lead change for those of you playing along at home. 12-8, Dallas in the lead.
You got a whistle. Semi-false start by Nancy. Yep. So that was a penalty on a false start by Nancy. So slight pack advantage now for Team Montana.
Daisy Deathwish donning the star for Dallas. Roland Rogue for Montana.
Straight to the penalty box, Roland Rogue. So power jam for Daisy Deathwish. Nice inside block. Offensive excellency there by Lola Chola. Springing the jammer. Daisy Deathwish lead now, and now an opportunity to put points on the board.
Nice use of that outside lane. That turn one is where all tournament long we've seen a whole lot of action happening, as that's kind of the breakaway point for a lot of folks. And we have a 4-3 pack advantage for Dallas. Short-lived, as Dallas now sends. Looks like Daisy Deathwish. No, not Daisy Deathwish.
Daisy's pinballing around turn 2, trying to get the scoring pass accomplished. Another 4 on the board for the Dallas Derby Devils.
Oh, that was Nancy that went back to the penalty box. So 2 in this jam.
Not the thing you want to start stacking our penalties early.
Daisy Deathwish now through on a third scoring pass. 12 on the board so far with 50 seconds left on the jam. Helmet cover has been removed by Roland Rogue, however, still contending with that 2-wall of Bailey Wheat and company.
Lola Chola was
Lola
up there
Chola.
with a swipe of the head. It looked like might have caught Roland Rogue in the chin. No high block called, so we play it on.
Deathwish momentarily tried to tap the hips, but then realized, oh yeah, I don't.
Coco headed to the penalty box. Long jam for the Dallas Derby Devils. Good idea to get it called off. Too many penalties on such a high-scoring jam for them. 15 points on the jam. 27 total with 24 and a half minutes to go in period number 1. This is jam number 4 coming up.
We'd love for you to check out one of our sponsors, Monarch Skates. At Monarch Skates, you are part of a legacy where champions reign. Enhance your skating experience and start your journey with us today at Monarch Skates. Who's jamming?
Party Thrasher is taking on Velocity Raptor. Velocity Raptor in black for the Army of Darkness. Party Thrasher in white, number 8 on your screen. I lied, that's number 49, Party Thrasher.
Juicebox giving a thrashing to Party Thrasher there on the outside lane.
I don't know why I said number 8. I made that up out of nowhere.
Party Thrasher got some offensive assistance there, but it's not enough to stop Velocity Raptor from getting out in front as your lead jammer for the Army of Darkness.
Nice work by Crankdat in the center of the pack, really controlling how the defensive positioning is. Now Velocity Raptor tries to go to the outside, but is completely redirected by number 44. Kentucky Lucky with the hit.
Kentucky Lucky won that, the only Montana player I recall from the previous game that was in the least bit of penalty trouble. Montana playing very, I don't want to say conservative, but controlled. Very controlled, not a lot of errors, but I wonder if that's...
Well, we talked about the explosiveness of the jammers on the Army of Darkness, and especially Daisy Deathwish and Eliminator are going to score points in bunches, and I think that Team Montana really understands that the key to this game is going to be control and trying to minimize as much of what that impact is going to look like from those two jammers. They've got the ability from a defensive position to take care of that, but it has to be calculated. They have to play in control. Right now, they're winning the penalty battle. They've only got 1 penalty so far in the contest. Dallas has got two players with 2 penalties already.
Total of 6 for the Army of Darkness thus far, and we are only heading into jam number 5. There is an official timeout on the track. I would love to point out, as we have been all weekend long, the fabulous shoes being donned by Jinja Ninja, our jam timer.
The calves have to be just extraordinary, right?
And ankle strength, for real. Out on the jam line, Ramsey facing off against Sparta.
Ramsey in the back, and Ramsey's a straight-ahead, power-pushing type of jammer, so this plays right into the type of defense that Montana wants to run, and it shows they've already been able to pick up that lead jammer's position with Sparta in control.
Using that official timeout to regroup effectively and figure out how do we get that lead on the board, because I don't believe they have had leads since jam number 1, if that's correct, Cakes. Star pass for Dallas, handing over scoring duties to Lola Chola right there at the end. And it looks like 4 points grabbed by Montana before calling off the jam.
31-12 with 22 minutes to go in period number 1.
4 points is still a win here for Montana, closing that spread, because when you've been held scoreless for quite some time, it can get really demoralizing. You end up in your head.
And that's the jammer that they have to get that done on, right? So
we got whistles being blown all over the place. Looks like the
false
official.
start.
Timeout was called on the track. Official timeout.
Okay. We never came out of the official timeout. I don't know.
Well, F and ref heading over to the Dallas bench, saying something to the coaches. Oh, there are those fabulous shoes. Snake print.
Well, we've got a second. Let's talk about Monarch Skates. At Monarch Skates, you are part of a legacy where champions reign. Enhance your skating experience and start your journey with us today at Monarch Skates.
I wonder if they offer anything that comes in a snake print. So while we're on this official timeout, why don't we go ahead and introduce our officials? We have only a few seconds to start before we start our next jam, so never mind. We will bring those to you momentarily.
There's the official. We're about to get back to business whistle. We're going to get the 5-second call, and we're going to get back to Derby action. Eliminator on the jam line for the Army of Darkness. Power start situation? No.
Foggy out and on the inside line, out like a rocket off that line. And we have a 3-2 pack advantage here for Dallas with 2 blockers in the box for Montana. And Foggy fighting through that pack. Dallas unable to get together in that structured defense there, and it cost him. Foggy calling it off immediately after 4 points.
After Foggy got through, you looked at the communication for Dallas, and it was not together. They were definitely fragmented in what they were trying to do. They were trying to get position, and Foggy, being fast, got around really quick. Took advantage of that. Nice job.
There's got to be a joke in there somewhere, like rolling fog, fast fog, something.
We'll get there. We'll find it.
We'll get there.
We will find it.
31-16 as we head into jam number 7 with Daisy Deathwish and Roland Rogue.
Daisy is really the X factor in this game, I think, because Foggy and Eliminator are kind of going to go head-to-head, back and forth, trading off lead jams.
And it's a power jam now for Daisy Deathwish, who has been really a power player, as Roland Rogue has now been sent to the penalty box, I believe for cutting the track penalty.
I'm going to check with our amazing statistician and super producer Cakes that Daisy Deathwish is the highest scoring jammer for AOD so far.
4 points.
Thumbs up. Shows I've been paying attention out there, folks.
We hope you're paying attention too. Feel free to send us some messages in the chat. We'll check in as we're able to.
But only nice messages, please.
Good vibes only. Oh, we have the pivot from Montana, number 36, Double D, being sent to the penalty box as Roland Rogue is back into the action. And Daisy Deathwish plowing through like a bowling ball for 4 more points.
Friendly fire in there. Daisy with 12 already, extending the lead for the Dallas Derby Devils, 43-16. Another scoring opportunity coming into turn 3. Little help from Bailey Wheat. Oh, the inside's wide open. Daisy Deathwish, another 4 on the board.
Really beautiful job of Dallas regrouping after providing that offensive assistance there by Bailey Wheat, and then that regroup into the tripod up at the front. That is some veteran movement there by some veteran skaters.
Yeah, this is going to shock a lot of players out there and viewers, but number 9, Bailey Wheat, first time back in competition roller derby in over 3 years.
Really? I did not know that. I'm so familiar with her name that I didn't even bat an eye.
Yeah, really hasn't done anything since recovering from a knee injury pre-pandemic, and now out here for the first time competitively in 3 years and having quite a tournament.
Well, we need to note that 18 points on that last jam for Daisy Deathwish, highest scoring jam of the game so far. But now we've got Velocity Raptor as your lead jammer for Dallas Derby Devils. Party Thrasher for Montana, still fighting through that pack.
Velocity bounced off of 3 blockers and continues to plow. Center track coming to turn 1. Nice job by Juice Box opening up that can, allowing Velocity Raptor to get through and put 4 on the board.
Oh, beautiful hit there by Juice Box. Right at the apex, and Velocity Raptor threw on the inside. I would do a Raptor screen, but I will spare your ears. Beautiful little hop there at turn 2 for Party Thrasher to grab 4 points on that pass. Velocity Raptor still in control of the clock. And we've got a race here as
Thrasher able to get through and now running around. Velocity Raptor waiting to see if it's time to engage a call off, and once the the brace 3 wall from the Triple D stopped Thrasher in the tracks, it was time to call off.
So that was a really solid performance there by Party Thrasher. 9 points versus 12 for Dallas, but was held back for quite some time. So once they got through on that scoring pass, was able to rack them up pretty quickly and go toe-to-toe, lap for lap.
Some would say that Dallas got a little greedy on that. I'm some. And now your lead jammer is Sparta. Team Montana now in control. Ramsey able to get through and fake the star pass.
Pack speeding up significantly. Dallas in control of that pack speed. 1 point for Montana. Trying to close that gap a little bit. We are heading into jam number 9.
Well, first I want to give a couple of folks giving shout-outs on the chat. Jinja Ninja's shoe game is insane. That's from Thor Bangkok. And Daisy has some sticky feet, Charlie Grove says.
I would agree with that. And so out next on the jam line, we have Eliminator and Foggy for their respective teams. Penalty box is empty, except now that I've said something, it will not be for long. Foggy, out in front, your lead jammer for Montana.
Another lead jam for Team Montana. That's back-to-back jams where they've been able to control things.
Oh, cutting the track penalty called on Eliminator. So not only lead jammer status, but a power jam. Foggy calling it off after making it through on that first scoring pass.
All right.
Going to have a power jam start, I believe, for the first time this
First
game.
time in the game, and a little hustle is what I would be doing if I'm Montana. I want to get these folks on the track, and let's get as much of this power start as we can.
Montana also has a full complement of blockers on the track, so you got one job right now.
I'm going to assume these are the best offensive blockers that they've got.
Right.
And they're about to try a little sweep.
Look at that starting position.
Nice job from a reform. Bailey Wheat cutting off the inside. That completely threw off that timing. And now the Amiibo. Nice 2-wall up front. Sparta, though, solves that block by Lola Chola.
And grabs lead jammer status once again, becoming a familiar position for Sparta.
Another 4 points on the board there for Team Montana. Eliminator out of the box. Potentially looking for a quick star pass to Bailey Wheat. Bailey's on the inside, back to everybody. Looks like it got handed off. Now Bailey's off. Ooh, slammed on the brakes. That usually means it dropped it. Or didn't complete the handoff.
Oh, I don't see it in anybody's hand, but that doesn't mean anything.
Somebody's got it somewhere. Bailey comes off to give a little chip shot to Sparta.
And Sparta uses the chaos of the helmet cover pass to break through. Grabs 4 points, 8 total on the jam. Dallas locking down that defense in the front. Nice bridge right in the straightaway. Bailey Wheat now in possession of the helmet cover. However, it has not been applied to the helmet yet, and no initial pass has been made by Dallas yet.
Bailey's trying to find some space. There's some on the outside. Initial pass complete. I expect a quick call off by Sparta. There that goes. 4
more points on that pass, and we need to give a shout out to one of the players on the track right now.
Number
but
21, in fact.
Their business.
Crank That. Derby meets creativity with Crank That Designs, a skater-owned business bringing you custom vinyl pressed crops, shirts, and more. Inspired by the love of roller derby and crafting, Crank That Designs helps you show off your derby pride with one-of-a-kind apparel.
And we just saw an official review being called by the Dallas bench, G.I. Joel, with a shirt that I think is quite fun for Texas. You yeed your last haul.
You have yeed your last haul.
Let's take an opportunity to give a shout out to our officials, both skating and non. We have on skates, Troublemaker, Effin' Ref, Gym Class Hero, Nomad, Arson, Evie Does It, Darth Bling, and Ice Queen.
Row Slam Bow, Lollipop'em, the Ginger Ninja, Pterosaurus Rex, Bacteriophage, or Beck, as she likes to be called, Noodle, Derriere, Night Trotter, and Cinnamon are our non-skating officials.
With this official review, we will let you all know what we find out as soon as we do. We're in a bit of a perch up here at the NYTEX Sports Center. So,
and that Sports Center, the Canadian spelling. Not
T-R-E?
Not the United States spelling. Because this is, first and foremost, a hockey barn. It is the home of the Brahmas.
Hockey barn, the Brahmas barn.
But we accost it and play roller derby in it. There's a bunch of non-skating officials being official. Can you see the officialness?
They're officially official.
That's Wolverine right there in that really sweet shirt. He's a heck of a fella.
Very, very sweet facial hair, appropriate for the name as well.
He lives it.
Yes.
That's not a tournament beard, my friends.
Some people have an alternate personality for derby, right? Like your alter ego, so to speak. And
yeah, I cannot operate a motorboat.
Really, you don't have a
I don't have a boat
license.
I don't have a license to boat.
That is.
I can row. I can row my brains out.
Here's some of our announcers: Rich Mahogany and Armageddon.
And Muffin Tumble. Muffin being obscured.
PR Sand. Well, we didn't see any change to the score, nor did we see a review retained, so we're going to assume that has no impact on the game. We'll let you know details.
Penalty box is empty, so that means we get back to action. Velocity Raptor, lead jammer.
Roland Rogue jamming for Montana, who is now out of the pack as well, right as Velocity Raptor hits the pack for that first scoring pass.
Yeah, excellent job there. Just an outstanding scoring pass. Roland Rogue tries to go outside. Now, chest to chest against Crank That.
I'm hearing whistles blown, and Velocity Raptor heading to the penalty box. So this will be tables turned, power jam for Montana on the wheels of Roland Rogue. Velocity Raptor did manage to get 4 points on that first scoring pass. Dallas currently at 65, Montana at 42. Still anybody's game with 12 and a half minutes left in the first half. Rogue through the pack with 4 points on that pass.
Dallas organized now. Here comes an offensive push. A couple of swing and miss blocks there and a nice force out by Juicebox. Juice back and rolling Rogue back up to the rest of the tripod can join. Here comes some offense.
It was a nice breakup of the pack by Brutal Kimpact from Montana.
And then Crank That with a good catch and bringing it right back into the tripod.
Montana quick to resume that defensive position once they see Velocity Raptor come back into the fray. Hard hit, knocked off the pivot cover.
Huckleberry Gin came in hot from the box, blew up that tripod, and then got sent right back to the box for a high block.
That was Double D, who was the recipient of that penalty hit.
Velocity Raptor still trying to put points on the board for Triple D. You know, we've got a couple more seconds left, and that's a couple more hips to be passed.
So Triple D facing off against Double D from Montana. So 3 points on that last scoring pass there. Total of 11 on the jam for Dallas, 8 for Montana. 72-50 to close out jam number 12. Dallas in the lead by 22 points.
Just learned the official review that we had earlier was Dallas asking for a back block penalty against Bailey Wheat, but it was determined that the hit was clean.
So now we're back to the action on the track here in jam number 13. The Ramsey donning the star for the Army of Darkness, and Party Thrasher for Montana. Party Thrasher out in front, your lead jammer. We had a destruction penalty called, but I'm not sure on whom.
Star pass complete now, Bailey Wheat adorning the helmet cover. That should form a pretty quick call off here by Thrasher once she gets the 4.
Beautiful offensive assistance there by Montana, really breaking up that Dallas defense that has been so formidable so far.
That's exactly how you get back into a game. 2 scoring passes and a call off, shutting them out. Team Montana can do that, but they've got to keep these quick.
Well, and Montana's still lower on penalties than Dallas, so I wonder if that's going to impact the story here. Dallas sitting at 15 penalties, whereas Montana only has 8. We are less than 10 minutes left in the first half. We're heading into jam number 14 with Sparta and Eliminator. Tight pack off the line. Sparta jumps out in front, but gets shoved to the infield, and Eliminator takes lead jammer status. Captain.
Already coming through with a scoring opportunity. Eliminator does a nice little fake to the outside. Great lateral movement in Eliminator's game without getting off the track, staying within the ropes and staying in a position where they can put points on the board.
Great jammer awareness there by Eliminator, calling it off right as Sparta approached the pack on that first scoring pass. Sparta managed to get through with a star stash there. I always love when you can see bits of smeariness from how physical the games get.
There have already been 6 star passes so far in this game.
And we are heading into jam number 15. 4 points on that last jam for Eliminator. 76-58. Our score currently Dallas in the lead. Who's jamming, Captain?
Daisy, Death Wish for the Army of Darkness. Team Montana has Foggy out there once again.
We got Daisy, who our YouTube comments said, sticky skates.
So look at the burst in speed by Foggy. Nice work on the outside around Nancy to get lead jammer.
Nice follow through too on the Montana defense, really swallowing Daisy back up into right near turn 1.
Now Foggy is bouncing around looking for some space. Coco rejecting those advances. 2 points, 1, looks like 2 on the board there.
A very metal 2 points.
But another scoreless jam, bringing up to the 5th scoreless jam that Montana's been able to hold against Dallas. We've had 2 out of the last 3 scoreless jams for Dallas. 76-60, only a 16-point spread with 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go in period number 1. On the jam line, Velocity Raptor for the Dallas Derby Devils. Team Montana has Rollin' Rogue.
Look at that Montana both of them. Tripod locking it down. No offense being offered right now.
Crank that being the bridge between these 2 groups of skaters. Able to get close enough to join the fray and try to do a little bit of offense. Now Velocity Raptor with just 1 skater to beat. After getting around Double D, that's going to get lead jammer for the Army of Darkness.
That was just in time for Montana to have O2 tank released from the penalty box. Jumps in to provide some offensive assistance, and then amidst the chaos,
Rollin' Rogue trying to get that score. The first pass completed. Crank that, and looks like Scare Bear up top.
Look how spread out this pack is getting.
Great bridging by both teams, though, to stay within the rule set. Crank that's the last skater to beat for Rollin' Rogue to get the initial pass done, but now attentions are going to be paid to Velocity Raptor.
We had a
4 points on the board.
Forearm penalty called on Dallas. Juice box from Dallas, pardon me. 4 points on that pass for Velocity Raptor. That was over a minute to get that first scoring pass.
Another 4 on the board for Velocity. That's 8.
Oh, Juice box with the takeout.
But this is where I get concerned about Dallas getting greedy now. It's got to get to a point we are considering calling off probably after this pass. But with Juice blowing people off the track, maybe the best strategy is just to keep going.
I don't think you all got to see that on the camera at home, but right at turn 3, Juicebox just lit up Double D with star in hand as the recipient of a star pass. Looks like Dallas going to call it off finally. 12 points, maybe 4 more coming up. Nope, total of 4 on the jam. 88-60 is where we're at. And we are heading into jam number 17. We have an empty penalty box, so full complement of blockers, all 80 wheels on the track.
Ramsey on the jam line taking on Party Thrasher. Party Thrasher from Team Montana in white, number 49. We haven't confused Party Thrasher with Party Crasher, and I'm excited about that.
Their numbers are quite different, thankfully. If they were similar, that would probably be
Ramsey 360 to a penalty.
And Party Thrasher takes advantage, grabbing lead jammer status.
Back block city for Ramsey. Common penalty for Ramsey, a very forward skating, straight ahead type of jammer. Going to collect back blocks every once in a while.
You know, it happens.
Party Thrasher in control though, but up against a stout wall featuring Bailey Wheat and Nancy. Nice work though. Oh, apparently not.
You want to talk about sticky skates? Those blockers were stuck to the ground. Tripod closes in on Party Thrasher there. Trying a little bit of lateral movement to get through. Dallas effective penalty kill there as Ramsey has now been released from the penalty box.
Texas Twister trying to help a little bit of offense, but then had to get back into a bridge position. Ramsey now engaged with that very mobile tripod. Great lateral work by Special Chaos.
Oh, man. All right. Party Thrasher through the pack for 4 points. Almost a minute and a half to get those first 4 and an effective penalty kill within that.
There's inside space there, but Coco caught a little chicky wing. Forced a tap off.
Chicky.
Another star pass completed, but to no avail.
Okay, hey, got him out of the pack. Forced the call off. Even though we don't put points on the board, you got to take the wins where you can. 6 points on that jam for Party Thrasher, 88-66. Still anybody's game here with 12 points separating our two teams.
Penalties are spread pretty evenly with all of the skaters. Really the only one in danger right now would be Huckleberry Gin from Dallas with 3 penalties, but a lot of folks catching penalties, but not a lot of folks stacking penalties.
Eliminator, your lead jammer for Dallas.
Scarebear going to the box, so pack advantage for Montana.
Sparta jamming for the team in white. And getting no offensive assistance here as the Montana blockers are locking down Eliminator as best as possible. We have less than 3 minutes left in the first half.
A little congested coming into turn 1, but now we're at the apex and there's some space, but Eliminator getting removed from the track on that block by Mauled Whiskey.
Oh, it looks like a low block was called on Eliminator, so power jam, tables turn, minute and 12 left on the jam clock. Helmet cover has been stashed.
Sparta still trying to push through that 3 wall. Now 4 wall with. We're in the middle of the 9th power jam of the contest. Not a lot of points being stacked on that, which is not what Montana wants to do at the moment. Now you got Juice Box and then Tractor Trailer up front. Scarebear, they're going to work laterally together.
But look at this, Dallas being forced to spread out that pack a bit, and now Montana coming through with a sneaky star pass on the inside lane.
Stout now the jammer on record for Montana, but Eliminator back on and going to put points on the board with that pass.
Well, now
count for 4.
Stout can as well, so both jammers on their first scoring pass.
A minute and a half of no action in the last 10 seconds. We're going to get both teams putting points on the board. Great hit by Crank That there to force that recycle.
whistle being blown. Looks like Eliminator heading back to the penalty box, so Stout going to close this one out on a power jam.
Classic announcer jinx. I'm talking about skaters not stacking penalties, and here's Eliminator going back-to-back in the box.
That's her 4th.
4 penalties now for one of the most effective jammers on Dallas. We'll see how this affects the rest of the game.
Well, thus, I mean, despite being in the penalty box for the half of that last jam, she still managed to get 5 points. Montana coming out with 4, so Dallas net win. We have less than a minute left on the period clock for our first half, 93-70, with Eliminator still in the penalty box. Power jam start for Foggy and Montana.
Montana's going to have to capitalize on Foggy being the jammer during this power start.
And they
kind
do.
Of stretch looks like it could be out of play there. So
well, we've got a trap here. We've got Blocker trapped in the back. That's Coco.
Liberty's given for that time frame, but Foggy was able to get through.
Foggy is your lead jammer.
Coco trying to go low and is able to get that cheek done.
Whole pack and turned to Foggy with the fast feet on the inside line, grabs 4 points and is in control of the clock as we come to the end of the first period.
Star pass to Bailey Wheat. Foggy should be getting some signals to call this off, and there goes the hip tap.
4 more points, so Montana coming out on top of that one with 8 points total on the jam.
That's exactly how Team Montana wanted to finish that. Taking
first half.
A really good carve into that lead. Lots of positive energy and excellent blocking.
Absolutely.
With that trap against Coco.
For sure. 93-78 is where we're going to leave it here in the first half. Dallas Derby Devils in the lead. Montana not far behind. We will see you back here in just a few minutes with some first half analysis. Don't go anywhere. I believe we have some halftime shenanigans that might be captured on the stream, so don't go too far.
How do we know?
All right. Make some noise for my track maintenance crew, please. They're going to finish up, and then we're going to have a hobby horse race. So if I could have 6 kids under the age of 10, come on down. Looking for 6 children under the age of 10. You get to ride a hobby horse. Absolutely. You want to come ride a horse?
It's so cute.
Where are my children at? I know. Well, you got to wait for the next one. Come on. All right, I got one. I need 5 more.
Look at that.
The challenge I was having.
We're going to start right here. All right, before we get started, make some noise for our contestants. All right. Okay, behind the line, everybody. And we're going to race to that line over there. You have to stay inside the track, okay? On your mark. Get set. And go.
These kids are just running with the horse. They're not even letting go.
Woohoo! That's what I'm talking about. I guess I need a whistle. Good luck wrangling them up, loose change.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
All right, make some noise for these kids out here. Can I have it back? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now I need some big kids. Whoever gets the first 6 horses. I want some big kids. Come on, come on. Come on. Where you at? Come on, Kendra, hurry up. You got to get loose change. Okay, I got a question for you. Are you ready? I need 2 more. I got them. Okay, we're only going to do 1 lap, okay? Whoever gets there wins. They're going to the line over there. You got to keep it between your legs. No, you can't track cut. And you get extra points if you jump. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? On your mark. Get set. Go! Just like the kids, they don't want to stop. All right, make some noise for all my contestants out here today. How about making a little noise for Death Hound Sports Network? Huh? Thanks for coming to Clover Cup 25. I'm Johnny Pepper. See you real soon.
I like this one. Lead change.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Derby fans. Did you miss us? We missed you.
You have fun watching the hobby horse races that were quite fun and enjoyable. We had some amazing Derby action here in the first half of the Dallas Derby Devils facing off against Team Montana. And we want to recap some of those fun stats that our fantastic producer Cakes put together for us here about the first half.
What would normally be the thing that we would lead with would be penalties, really isn't the story. Now, Dallas Derby Devils have twice the amount of penalties that Team Montana has, but outside of Eliminator with 4, no real danger in the penalty world for the Dallas Derby Devils, spreading the wealth, if you will, of penalties. Where the real rubber is hitting the road right now are scoreless jams. Triple D has held Montana to 10 scoreless jams. And that really is from the beginning of the game when the Dallas Derby Devils took control of this spread. Over the last few jams, Team Montana has had 3 of the last 5 jams be scoreless for the Dallas Derby Devils. So starting to make up some ground there, and you saw that with Team Montana closing the gap, getting a nice 8-point jam to finish off half number 1.
Well, and I think we also saw a couple of runaway bigger point jams, and for Dallas, that was that game changer, so to speak, really happened in jam number 7, 18-point jam from Daisy, Daisy Deathwish. And Montana, however, has been able to answer. Her highest scoring jam so far was 12 points in jam number 11 from Sparta. Now, we've seen 3 2-minute jams here in the first half, and we have had 11 power jams. And I think that is where, when we say the penalties aren't necessarily, we're saying that nobody's in danger of fouling out with the penalties currently. However, the penalty box has definitely played a role in Montana being able to catch back up and really go toe-to-toe with Dallas. But right now, defense is what's locking it down.
Toe-to-toe is the actual name of the game right now for Montana. They are actually had more jams where they were the lead jammer with 10 to Dallas's 9. So as it relates to who can take control of the jam early, we're seeing both teams have equal success, but it's what Dallas has done with it, like you said before, Jam 7, where Daisy Deathwish is able to put up all those points, helping Dallas get to a comfortable position. But I really believe Team Montana woke Dallas back up and said, hey, we're still here, and we're planning on winning this game, so you better step your game back up. Let's see if Dallas has an answer in the second half.
Now, one thing I will say is, I mean, we've commented a little bit on the defensive posturing a little bit. Dallas really locking it down in the first portion of the first half. Montana seemed to have their defense really start to gel toward the end of the second half, and Dallas got a little discombobulated whenever one of their blockers was in the box. So I'm curious to see if that's the case here in the second half. Who is jamming, Captain Motorboater?
Sparta is jamming for Team Montana. We also have Ramsey for the Dallas Derby Devils. Sparta in control, lead jammer. That'll be 11 lead jams now for Team Montana. Star pass to Bailey Wheat. Sparta on the outside, knocked out by Blazing Asian, and quickly calls off the jam while on the ground. 0 points for Dallas. Looks like Team Montana is going to get 2 is the answer to that question.
Yes.
13-point game, Derby fans.
That's a single jam in this game so far. So got some great action happening here at the NYTEX Sports Center. By the way, I'm Scarlett O'Hurya.
And I am Captain Motorboater. Now, we've already seen an adjustment to the jamming lineup for AOD as Daisy Deathwish. This is normally an eliminator second in the rotation. Obviously, with the penalty situation with eliminator, going to be a little bit careful there. So Daisy gets bumped up to jam number 2.
But Daisy has been a solid contributor for that Dallas Jammer rotation, and as everybody says, those sticky wheels, managing to keep in bounds in some of the most precarious situations we've seen of any jammer thus far. However, Montana's defense double teaming on Daisy Deathwish there. That hit was from Show Me Your Kitties from Montana. And pushing all the way back to the jam line as the Army of Darkness defense gets spread out to the front. And I believe we have a destruction call on the pivot from Montana.
Daisy Deathwish taking on the outside. I was surprised there wasn't a low block, and there it is, the low block call. Looked like she got leg whipped on the outside. Good call there by Daisy Deathwish. Foggy was just about to put some points on the board.
Well, and now Dallas has the upper hand in this next jam because we've got 2 Montana blockers in the penalty box. And that is a formidable wall to face off against without any offensive assistance.
Bailey Wheat, Coco, Lola Chola, and Nancy versus 2 blockers for Montana.
The other M state.
One of the other M states. But Stout and Mulled Whiskey are definitely up for this task.
Velocity Raptor jamming for Dallas, Party Thrasher for Montana. Pack getting really spread out.
Yeah, that was the strategy that was going to be easiest for Dallas to get their jammer out, and now they can focus on keeping lockdown.
Oh, Star stashed by Party Thrasher, but taken out of bounds there by Nancy at turn 2. 4 points on the pass for Velocity Raptor.
Double D back on the track now and causing some havoc offensively.
Oh, a little bit of a shove to the inside on Velocity Raptor by number 306, Stout.
Velocity Raptor hit with a penalty. It is power jam time now for Party Thrasher and Team Montana. Party up front, pushing on a 4-wall. Still some semblance of a pack. But here comes the offensive sweep. Working the way, and now it's completely destroyed, but a nice amoeba style at the apex there by Dallas.
Even saw Double D calling that play like a quarterback as they lined up to smash that Dallas defense. So Party Thrasher now through on a scoring pass, but pretty effective penalty kill there by Dallas as Velocity Raptor is now out of the penalty box, and Montana regroups into their own defensive tripod.
Here comes Raptor coming in hot, straight into the brace, trying to find a crack in the arms. Nice job in the pocket of sitting down. Stout with really good work on the outside. Very good lateral push. Double D now sealing. Now Coco going to eliminate Double D.
Dallas,
There it
nice job on coming back to immediately shift to offense to break up that tripod there. But in the chaos there, we had Party Thrasher break through on a scoring pass and put some points on the board for Montana.
Yeah, Joel with a nice jog out to the center of the track, having some conversations about some things he's seeing. Maybe not liking it.
8-all on the jam, so that one's going to be a wash. Dallas does pass the century mark, however, 105-88. Is it Yog or Jog? I believe it's a soft J.
Number 88 in black and red, Eliminator for the Army of Darkness, taking on Rollin' Rogue in white and blue. Eliminator lead jammer.
Crowd happy about that one, as you can probably hear in the background. Oh, taking a spill on the outside there was the pivot from Dallas Cranked At.
Plenty of room on the inside for Eliminator to put 4 on the board.
That was a very fast scoring pass.
Eliminator's flying around the track, and you can see Juicebox and Guillotine Grace both doing a great job of anticipating the speed and trying to set up offense before Eliminator's even there.
Clearing that space on that inside lane, but Montana managed to swallow her back up. And we do have a star pass. O2 Tank taking over as the scorer of record for Team Montana.
Eliminator peeking over the shoulder. Seems like a call-off position, but nope, we're going to let this roll.
O2 Tank forced to recycle. Cranked At anchoring in the back as Eliminator picking off those blockers one by one to grab another scoring pass. That's going to be a total of, we get 4 more, or was it 12 total?
12-2 looks like the final outcome of that jam. Nice job by Eliminator, staying penalty-free and putting points on the board.
That was a really nice synergy between the Dallas offense and the Dallas defense. They're really shutting down Montana. Montana having the, not rare, I would say, person in the penalty box. However, that did throw off their defensive structure a little bit. But now we're going back to the action on the track with Ramsey for Dallas Derby Devils and Sparta for Montana.
Sparta chest to chest, just digging and pushing right through Blasian Azen.
Sled drills. Sparta is your lead jammer for Montana. Ramsey still tangled up in the pack.
Star pass happened. Bailey Wheat, jammer on record now for AOD.
Montana doing a great job there of regrouping between Jam 4 and Jam 5 on that defense. 2 points for Montana here in Jam number 5. 0 for the Dallas Derby Devils. Five seconds called on the clock, or on the track, I should say.
The track clock?
The track clock. Foggy jamming for Montana is out in front. Your lead jammer with a hop, skip, and a jump on that inside lane, but not far behind. Daisy Deathwish.
Deathwish outside, tons of space, able to get through. And then Froggy calls off, but Sneaky McSneakerton there.
I don't know if the folks at home got to see that because of where the camera was positioned, but that was a nice little happy dance there by Deathwish.
We're going to go right on into jam number 6.
And we want to be sure to give a shout out to Rockin' Brews Grapevine for keeping the good times rolling. Fuel up with great food, craft beer, and a rock and roll vibe. Whether you're celebrating a win or just craving a killer meal, swing by if you're ever up here in North Texas. Back to the action on the track. Captain Motorboat, who's jamming?
We got Velocity Raptor for the Dallas Derby Devils taking on Team Montana's Party Thrasher. Your lead jammer in the black and red, that's a Velocity Raptor.
Star in hand for Party Thrasher, but it's going to be a power jam because a cutting the track penalty has been assessed on Party Thrasher. Velocity Raptor, golden opportunity here.
Here comes all of the offense that Dallas has from a blocking position. Forearm penalty was called on a the pivot for Team Montana. 4 points awarded to Velocity Raptor. Now we got 4 blockers against 3.
Attempt at a wrecking ball strategy there by Montana, but ineffective. Velocity Raptor manages to grab another 4 points, total of 8 on the jam, and a power jam start for the Dallas Derby Devils.
Dallas really coming out clean in this second period. Playing their game, running their offense.
129-92, 20 minutes left here in the second half. We are heading into jam number 8, and there is a clock stoppage on the track. Team timeout.
Timeout Montana. Well, want to talk to you guys about some awesome sponsors that we have here for the Clover Cup 2025, and this one means a lot to me because of the people behind it, but No Borders Roller Derby. You got to join us at No Borders Derby, where the athletes from diverse dysphoria unite in celebration of cultural heritage through sports. Embrace unity, diversity, and athletic excellence as we showcase unique stories and journeys promoting understanding and respect for our rich cultural roots. Together, we inspire and uplift future generations of dysphoric athletes.
And we did see in the chat someone wanted us to give a shout out to the track crew, doing a great job keeping everybody safe. And of course, we keep zooming in on, the Jinja Ninjas' fabulous
Super shoes.
Well, and like a full shoe wardrobe. Because there's been a different pair for every game. Puts mine to shame.
None of them small.
No.
All of them are large.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about size, just talking about in
height. And just presence. They just have a strong presence.
Eliminator on the jam line for AOD. Party Thrasher partying next to their pivot in the penalty box. Power start for AOD.
AOD grabs lead jammer status, courtesy of Eliminator.
Should be a quick 4 for Dallas. Here comes a faster moving pack.
Oh, beautiful hit there by Juicebox. Nice offensive assist, taking out Show Me Your Kitties.
Nice cleanup there by Texas Twister. But Eliminator bounces right off the floor and just continues on to put points on the board. Both skaters, pivot and jammer, back on the track for Team Montana. Empty box, 5-on-5 skating. Eliminator inside now works to the 3, works into that 3 wall on the outside. Tricky spot of the track to find some space. We'll see if Eliminator can push this through the apex.
Oh, Eliminator, great job staying in bounds there as fighting off 3 blockers to stay in bounds there at turn 4. Manages to get through for 4 points. 8 total on the jam thus far as Party Thrasher still fighting through on that initial pass. 47 seconds left in the jam.
Cranked out, doing nice work against Party Thrasher, forcing almost back to the jam line.
Helmet cover has been removed. Jam is called by Eliminator after 2 more points on the jam? 3 points.
11 total, another shutout for the Dallas Derby Devils in this period. With 18.5 minutes to go, 140-92. Looks like Ramsey back on the track for the Army of Darkness.
11 points total for DDD on that last jam, shutting down Team Montana. We are starting to see this game get away from us a little bit. This is the widest point spread we've seen so far, I believe, Cakes.
And then we're talking about some penalty stacking from earlier. We've got a couple of skaters now for Team Montana that are putting some stacks together. Stout has 4 penalties, and Double D also has 4 penalties. So something to keep an eye on.
Montana has definitely caught up. Total of 21 penalties versus Dallas's 24. Now Ramsey is your lead jammer for the Army of Darkness. And Roland Rogue fighting off that Dallas 2 wall as the pack gets very spread out across about 40 feet. They've got to let her go.
Here comes the pack back to give some offense to Ramsey.
Dallas is so seamless at going from that defense, even when they're super spread out. It's almost like a spring contracting, you know, when they come right back and immediately shift to the offensive
It's
mode.
focusing on the snap back, right? You get stretched
Snap
out, but
back.
you need to snap back and get back into offense as fast as you can.
So 3 points on that jam, hard fought 3 points. My goodness, I thought it was higher than that. 143-92 as we head into jam number 10.
Daisy Deathwish taking on Sparta once again. Daisy peeks to the outside, no room there against the 2-wall. Now here comes a third blocker, making it even more difficult. Sparta in a sea of darkness. When you're going up against Juicebox, crank that.
Yeah.
Huckleberry Gin.
That is a
It's
formidable
tough
pack.
sledding. It's tough sledding.
Yes.
And look at the rotation.
Huck up in the front trying to lock it down. And Daisy Deathwish taking advantage of a little bit of chaos there at the apex. Grabs lead jammer status as Sparta gets through. Multiplayer block penalty assessed on Huckleberry Gin.
It's number 5 for Huck, I believe. Nope, that's number 4.
Both jammers into the fray. Deathwish takes a fall.
Yeah, that one didn't feel good. A little slow getting off the ground for that one for Deathwish. Also taking a peek to see if this is the time to be calling off, but it's still.
Juicebox with a clockwise block penalty exiting the track. That makes a pretty decent amount of space there for Sparta to get through. Does on a scoring pass. Daisy Deathwish is the lead jammer currently, but has not opted to call off the jam.
You can probably see a call right here, I'd guess.
Yeah. Or not.
Nope.
Interesting.
Coach just said let it roll. Nope, now we're getting a call. It's just an extra, it's the hope that G.I. Joel wanted to give Montana as they got closer and closer to possibly scoring and then calling it off.
Squish the
Yeah,
hope.
I'm just kidding.
Bury the hope. Dallas Derby Devils are a skater-owned and run 501c3 nonprofit organization. The mission is to empower ourselves by working together on and off the track. Check out the various raffle items we have. And check out Dallas Derby Devils online. Support your local roller derby.
I would.
And just like that, Foggy is out in front, your lead jammer for Team Montana. Velocity Raptor now out of the pack and eligible to score points with a diminished pack 3-all.
Foggy inside, then out. Trying not to fall down and get the taps off at the same time.
3 points on that pass for Montana. Going to put them at 99, 147 and 99 specifically. We're heading into jam number 12.
147 to 99. Saw a whistle. I saw a hand signal. This usually means it's going to be a team timeout. Looks like Dallas took this timeout. So we got a moment. We're going to talk about the Tarrant Area Food Bank. Dallas Derby Devils, a proud partner of the Tarrant Area Food Bank. The Tarrant Area Food Bank empowers communities to eliminate hunger by providing food, education, resources through innovation and collaboration. A regional clearinghouse for donated food, they provide a nutritious mix of fresh, frozen, and shelf-stable products to a network of hunger relief charities and social service organizations in North Texas. Thank you for all that you do, Texas Area Food Bank. We appreciate you. Hey, look, it's the Cody Gill Band.
Hey, they're a sponsor, aren't they?
They certainly are. We are the reason, or they are the reason you're hearing us talk to you right now. So check out the new single, Walking on the Moon by the Cody Gill Band. Check out Facebook.com, Cody Gill Band. If you're in the proclivities of enjoying country-type music, you must check out the Cody Gill Band.
Thanks to everybody who's engaging with us in the chat. It's been very quiet here in the second half, but previously some highlights that were handed over to us. Excellent blocking, Lola, from Sophia. Sitting down on the floor as a jammer is such a vibe from Senor Poo-Poo. Send us some notes in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. We're seeing a very different trajectory here in the second half than what we saw in the first.
Our team timeout turned into an official timeout. I'm curious.
It sure did. We'll let y'all know if anything changes or we have any updates. Also want to give another shout out to our track crew, keeping everybody safe, staying on top of things.
I've been known to highlight that G.I. Joel does like some camera time. And so he will enjoy utilizing some timeouts. Just, when people feel like they haven't seen enough of him, just kind of roll out there, call a timeout, get on some camera.
Hey, Mom, look at me.
Yeah. Respect, mate. Respect.
All right, 5 seconds has been declared on the track, so we will get back to the action here at Clover Cup. We have Party Thrasher facing off against Velocity Raptor.
Lead jammer, Velocity Raptor. I don't believe that's correct, though, because that's number 88. That's Eliminator. Our graphics are lying to us, just so you guys know.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
But
Whoa, that was a fancy footwork there on the outside lane for Eliminator to stay in.
Eliminator is already rocking 4 points on the board.
It's all these names that end with Eliminator, Velocity Raptor, Party Thrasher, Party Crasher. Eliminator threw the pack for 4 points on that pass, total of 8 on the jam thus far. And Party Thrasher still getting a thrashing in this pack from that formidable Dallas defense. And this is that power pack that we've talked about so much.
Earlier on in the contest, you had Guillotine Grace, Scare Bear, and Juicebox. They swapped Juicebox out with Crank Dat, and that's really been effective. Oh, wait, now did I say that? Juicebox is on this as well.
Oh, now everybody is off to the races with an additional blocker returning to the track. Eliminator calling it off with a spin move after being hit to the infield. Total of 12 points on the jam for Montana. They passed the century mark, 159-103. Dallas in the lead with just under 13 minutes left here in the game. We are heading into jam number 13. This is game 7 here at Clover Cup 2025. The winner of this game will go on to play the winner of game 9 for the championship.
That'll be tomorrow. There's whistles. There are hands. It looks like team timeout again, Dallas. Dallas taking another timeout.
Can't take them with you. Might as well use them.
And like you might expect, G.I. Joel, center of the track, having a conversation, getting that camera time. Look at that hap.
We're in Texas. Might as well. Love to give a shout out to Good Foot Skates in the Dallas Fort Worth area, DFW. The area's go-to spot for all things roller skating: wheels, bearings, toe stops, cushions, socks, pads, and more. If you need a quick fix, check out Good Foot Skates.
The defense for Dallas is really, really locked in this second period. Montana's only had one multi-pass jam in this half. Triple D's had 5 multi-pass jams in this half.
Looks like this is our longest lead jammer streak, too, for Dallas. 4 in a row. Longest streak in the whole game.
The whole stinking game.
Not just this half. So Dallas, what was that halftime pep talk? Maybe doing the hobby horse race, recharged to Huckleberry Gin, and everyone just feeding off of that.
Johnny Pepper scared everybody back into attention. Love you, Johnny Pocket Rockets.
We have an official timeout on the track. Oh, looks like that was 14 points total on that last jam, not 12. So Dallas jumps up to 161. Montana 103 remains. Rolling whistle has been sounded, and therefore now we will, for real, get back to the action on the track. Got Ramsey facing off against Roland Rogue.
Straight ahead, both jammers colliding into the nice set of blockers. 5-on-5 action. Nobody's in the box. All of our non-skating officials just hanging out by themselves in the penalty area. But here come the official sounds of penalties. I can hear them whistling left and right.
The official sound of Ramsey being denoted as the lead jammer. Pack getting very spread out, but Dallas, again, that snapback. Regrouping. Wall to tripod to hold back Roland Rogue, who is just sled pushing.
digging deep to find some leverage against that brace 3, now 2 wall. But right in the pocket of Bailey Weed is not where you want to live for a very long time.
Such a sad place.
And Roland Rogue was stuck there for the last 10 seconds.
Finally out of the pack, now eligible to score points. Nearly a minute to make that initial pass. And Ramsey taking advantage with 4 points on that pass, calls it off before Montana can put any more on the board.
After this game, I'm going to go check out Lamb Lamb's loot box because I don't know what they sell at Lamb Lamb's loot box. But it sounds like they've got loot, and I want some.
It's delightful. I actually purchased a pair of earrings from them, and my 2-year-old, who is at her first roller derby tournament, fell in love with one of their crocheted dinosaurs.
Oh, nice job, Lamb Lamb.
Yeah, Lamb Lamb. Back to the action on the track. We have Daisy Deathwish facing off against Foggy. Deathwish shoved to the infield as Foggy fighting Juicebox and company in the front.
Pack destruction called against Show Me Your Kitties.
Oh, on the outside lane, Deathwish finds some daylight. Attempted follow through there. And a penalty called on number 17, Texas Twister. Oh, beautiful offensive anticipation there, as you called earlier, opening up lane 1 for Deathwish to get through. Calls it off after 4 points, shutting down Montana. How many in a row is that, Cakes?
That's 5.
Just 2? 2 in a row shutout, okay. Well, you know, in the first half, I think one thing we saw a lot more was we had fewer scoreless jams by Montana because they would just chip away like little by little. So they weren't these monster high scoring jams. However, that little by little really makes a difference.
Yep. It's completely flip-flopped again from a scoreless jams perspective, and now Dallas Derby Devils are really taking advantage there. We're in an official review once again. Looked like it was going to be a team timeout, but now it's an official review for Team Montana. We'll take a peek and see what they want to get discussed there. I'm curious if it's a penalty situation because Show Me Your Kitties did pick up a destruction of pack penalty, and I was curious when it happened where they saw that happen because everyone seemed to be in the right spot. If that does, if it holds, gives Show Me Your Kitties a 5th penalty, which puts them 2 away from expulsion.
Well, we do, you know, penalties have also flipped here in the second half. I feel like we talked about at the beginning that Montana was playing very controlled. I won't say conservative necessarily, but more controlled. And going into the second half, I think only had 11 penalties.
Right.
And Montana, I'm sorry, I flip-flopped that. Dallas had 22 penalties, and Montana had 11 going into the first half. Now Montana has 29. And Dallas has 26. So Dallas has only tacked on 5 penalties this half, whereas Montana has tacked on 18. And you've got 2 skaters on Montana's bench that have 5 penalties apiece, including Show Me Your Kitties, who we're guessing.
We're guessing that's what this review could be.
We have no idea, actually.
A good sign for me in that scenario is when the person who just went to the box is standing in the box hoping to get out of the box because of the official review. But it doesn't look like that's the case. So.
And the official review has not been retained, so we will get back to the action on the track. On the jam line is Velocity Raptor and Sparta.
Raptor right around Double D, who's in penalty trouble and couldn't afford one there. Gives up lead jammer to Velocity Raptor.
And we have a star stash to get Sparta through the pack, now eligible to score points. But Velocity Raptor finding wide open spaces in lanes 2 and 3 to get through for that first 4 points. Look how spread out this pack is, Captain.
It continues to move quickly too, but now we hit that front or that back stretch, and we're gonna get some little. Oh, is that?
That is a cutting the track penalty on Sparta. So this is a power jam for your lead jammer, Velocity Raptor. 4 points on the board already, and now Dallas just has to lock it down on offense, which they've been doing pretty solidly.
Multiplayer block for Blazing Asian for Dallas.
Looks like Dallas opting to call it off after 8 points.
Yep, they lost 2 blockers in that scenario, so slight pack advantage now, actually major pack advantage now for Team Montana, but they are missing a key component, which would be a jammer.
Yeah, minor detail. So we have a 4-2 pack start on a power jam start. And that's going to be Eliminator.
Not a combo you see a lot.
No.
This is what you hope to have when you are missing your jammer. Let's see if they can get some lockdown here.
Well, and I feel like Dallas has done a better job of doing those penalty kills lately.
This is your 2 best offensive blockers for Dallas.
Oh. Well, and they're showing that right now.
And then they get Coco, and that was what they needed. Oh, nice job, though, but low block. Looks like it's probably going to get called there. Yep.
That is special chaos there being called on the penalty low block. But your lead jammer is Eliminator.
Sparta able to get through on initial pass. Eliminator doesn't notice this yet.
Bench yelling. Sometimes you just don't hear. It's like you have earplugs in.
Right now, Eliminator's got enough room to get to the outside. Now I'm certain, realizing where Sparta is, we'll try to get another 4 and then call.
4 on the board so far for both jammers as Eliminator approaches the pack.
We're taking the time, though, not in a hurry.
No.
Wants to see how this is going to develop and where the space is, but now that 3 wall's got to get together for Dallas. Oh, there's the call.
Looks like Dallas managed to put a couple more on the board. Total of 6 on the jam. Montana with 4. 183 to 110 is where we end up at the end of jam number 16 here in the second half. We have just under 7 minutes left in the game.
You know, Goodfoot Skates is the DFW area. It's the go-to spot for all things roller skating. Wheels, bearings, toe stops, cushions, socks, pads, all that fun stuff. If you need a quick fix, I'd swing on over to Goodfoot Skates. It's nice to have a trusted expert who can work on your repairs and assistance throughout a big tournament like this.
And it's nice to see these 2 jammers back on the line. Ramsey for Dallas and Party Thrasher for Montana. Ramsey just has to face off against that last Montana blocker that was Double D, who I've said a lot in this game. Party Thrasher looked like she just needed to get past that one last Dallas blocker, but Dallas with the regroup, very effective. Bailey Wheat on that last hit before Party Thrasher gets through. Ramsey now back into the fray, shoved to the infield, calls it off before Party Thrasher can put any on the board. How many Dallas get, Captain Motorboater? 2. Very Metal 2 points, 3 points.
Got some shout-outs from the stream. My Mom Loves Johnny Pepper by Danny N. I Love Johnny Pepper by Fairy Kid. And TMT Fighting Hard, Lauren Winter.
Lauren giving a comment to Dallas's effective offense as well. So back to the action on the track. We've got Daisy Deathwish facing off against Roland Rogue. 1 blocker in the penalty box for Montana, and Montana grabs lead jammer status courtesy of Roland Rogue.
Nice job by
I feel like
Rogue.
that's been a minute. Cakes. Dallas locking it down on the defense. Daisy Deathwish still at the back of the pack, does a star pass. That's going to be cranked at. Take it over as your jammer of record for Dallas.
6 jams in a row where Dallas had the lead jam. Until that jam where Roland Rogue was able to break the streak.
And Roland Rogue also breaking, I'm assuming, a scoreless streak, adding 3 points to Montana's score, 113 to 186. 53 points separating these 2 jams. Sorry, 63. I'm not going to math anymore.
You don't need to math that.
I'm going to stop.
Yeah, let the folks at home with their fancy pocket calculators.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah.
Y'all remember in math class back in the day when the teacher said, you'll never have a calculator to do math?
You're like, nope,
Lies!
nope, I'll have a supercomputer the size of a wallet. That's what I'll have.
And speaking of super, Velocity Raptor threw that pack super fast on that inside line to grab lead jammer status for the Dallas Derby Devils. Foggy fighting a formidable tripod in the front, anchored
Velocity
by Nancy.
Raptor is bulldozing everyone in their way. Sorry to cut you off, Scarlett, but that was crazy. Triple D just looked up like, what ran me over? Did anyone get the truck moved? Velocity and Raptor, that's what happened. Not bad for a short arm blizzard.
Velocity and Raptor. Not bad for a.
Velocity just crushing, pounding through. Here comes a 3-wall braced up front now to try to slow that down.
I feel like
Velocity even getting shots on Foggy on the way through.
4 points on that pass, total of 7 thus far for Velocity Raptor. Looks like we missed 1 point. As Foggy gets through now on a scoring pass, 4 points for Montana. Velocity barreling through once again. Montana didn't regroup. Good
Perfect
spin.
little spin. Avoiding the penalty. Both skaters avoided the penalty there, which is really excellent maneuvering.
11 points on that jam for Velocity Raptor.
Inside of 3 minutes, and we've got an 80-point spread. Jam number 20 on tap.
And we have 3 players on Montana's side that have now grabbed their 5th penalty, 1 on Dallas's side. Penalties now 30 for Dallas, 32 for Montana. So unless something cray-cray happens, I think we see how this is going to play out. We've got Danny DeFito.
First time jamming for Team Montana in this contest.
Ramsey donning the star for Dallas.
Great roller derby name, Danny DeFito. Thank you for coming up with that one.
Was the recipient of several star passes in their prior game against River City. Sorry, blanked on that for a minute.
And Danny spelled Danny right, which I'm a big fan of. The D-A-N-I. Huge fan of that spelling.
Beautiful footwork there by Ramsey, though, at turn 2 to grab lead jammer status for the Army of Darkness. We do have a star pass being executed by Montana as O2 Tank taking over scoring duties as Ramsey is shoved.
Ramsey's got 4 up on the board for AOD.
Now on
skates to contact. Finds room on the inside, somehow making it through unscathed there for 4.
We've got a pile up in the straightaway, including
Juice. Weird that Juice was involved in that. Of course got a penalty because if bodies are all over the place, I'm certain that Juice murdered someone, and that's what happened.
But you know, it's fun. So we still have not seen the initial pass completed by Montana. Star still in hand for O2 Tank, has not applied it to her helmet yet. And Ramsey calling it off before any points can be put on the board by Montana. We're going to close that one out at 2:08 to 119, 11 points on the jam for Dallas. We are under 40 seconds left in the game, heading into jam number 21.
Here comes Joel calling a timeout.
Official review.
Or official view of timeout. This time, this is his attempt to get on shoe cam this time. I do like the old school high top Adidas. That's a nice little throwback action.
Yeah.
Give him some props for that.
The shoe cam that's been wandering around, I've appreciated the variety of footwear. Saw some rainbow Crocs yesterday. Saw Muffin Tumbles studded black flats. So not just the stilettos.
You can't tell from this angle, and now we've switched camera, but Quadzilla also rocking some nice purple kicks.
Dancing.
It cranks up. Now, little Chola.
Jump on it.
Yeah, Team Montana getting in it. Special K, that gets up. Yeah.
Dallas is very coordinated with their dancing right now. There we go.
Enthusiasm is what this team is all about.
And they're enthusiastically going to be moving on to Game 10 tomorrow for the championship. Going to be facing off against the winner of our next game, which is going to be Rocky Mountain versus the TXRG Chainsaws. Oh, no, that one's later tonight. Sorry, I misspoke. Wait, nope, I screwed up. Sorry. Next up, we're going to have Rocktown versus Yellow Rose. I'm looking at the bracket all wrong.
Which you guys are going to get the absolute pleasure of hearing my golden pipes once again.
2 in a
as
row.
I get to do 2 in a row to our friends that are here virtually.
Well, and I'm going to be on the 8 o'clock game where Rocky Mountain is facing off against the TXRG Chainsaws. And we're getting back to the action on the track with some cool split screen action. Likely our last jam of the game. Jam number 21, Daisy Deathwish, facing off against Sparta.
This is Sparta. Sparta bouncing off a brace through out front. Bailey Wheat holding on the backside. Here comes Coco with the seal at the corner, being puppet mastered by Nancy. Here comes some offensive block by 77. Rudolph Kimpack.
Yep.
Body's flying everywhere as Juice went to say hello to a group of folks.
Daisy Deathwish through and is your lead jammer.
Dallas in control of the jam and the game as we are out of period clock time. We are just on the jam clock now for a minute.
So folks in the chat, start sending us your MVPs. Montana defense locking it down in the back, just absolutely standstill.
That's going to wrap it.
Daisy Deathwish says, that's enough. 2 points, I'm done. 210 to 119, our unofficial final score. What you got for us?
Highest scoring jam in the first half. We already talked about that. 18 points by Daisy Deathwish. 12 points for Sparta in the first half. In the second half, 14-point jam by Eliminator and an 8-point jam by Thrasher. Those are your top scoring jams.
That is a testament to how much we saw the defense lock down in that second half for both teams.
Lead jammers awarded. It really was the second half when Triple D just had 16-5. Remember, there was a slight lead for Montana in the first half with that lead jammer, and then Triple D just took it over.
So quite a game here. Again, the score not reflective of the action on the track, but we are super excited that you all have joined us here at Clover Cup's final score officially 210 to 119. Dallas Derby Devils take the win, and they will play against the winner of Game 8, which is our final game this evening, the Rocky Mountain versus the TXRG Chainsaws. And I believe Montana is done for the tournament.
Finito, Finsky, great showing for Montana, and couldn't have been a more entertaining offering by them in each one of these games. Even in a game like this, where it didn't work out the way they wanted, outstanding game, and what a blast to watch. AOD moving on to the championship. Great to be there for that tournament that they're hosting. Let's see who they're going to face. Is it going to be Rocky Mountain? Is it going to be TXRG? Outstanding time, and we'll see what this is going to do for the rankings. But we really appreciate you guys tuning in. Stick around. We got another game coming up here at 6 o'clock. Like we said, it's going to be Rocktown taking on Yellow Rose. Yellow Rose down from Houston area. So if you're in that area, call your homies. Tell them to watch your locals. Do some good things. I have been and remain Captain Motorboater.
And I'm Scarlett O'Hurtia for our producer, Cakes. We want to say thank you for joining us, and we will see you around. Thanks for tuning in to Clover Cup 2025 live from Dallas, Texas.
All right. Catch the legs and come back up to the perch.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. How you doing all night?
If I can get all my Yellow Rose shout outs in. Hell, they're almost kind of my home league right now.
Where are they from?
Rosenberg, Texas.
They're like 45 minutes from Connecticut. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they start their games at 8 o'clock in the afternoon. You gotta leave at like 8. Up there in Morgan County.
Oh, Virginia.
Yeah.
Johnny and I live on, like, he lives in Pearland, over on the southern side of Houston. Harris County, where we live, is the side of Rhode Island.
Oh, shit.
I live on the northwest side of town.
Yeah.
So it's like over an hour for us to get from, like, to each other. And he and I.
Wow. What we were thinking down here, 4 on blockers for Dallas, 3 Clover Cup. And then we're thinking Pivot, Crank Cat, and for Jammer, Eliminator. Or would you pick one for both teams?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So the first round there was 4 between August starting.
Double D, I said a lot. Sparta solid, yeah. I'm gonna call it buildup. Although definitely, if you haven't, Daisy has it on that already. It's heavy. Dallas. Assassin. Like him. Why? Oh, he is? Yeah. Oh, I'm on the next game. I thought it was down there.
All right, we have our MVP for the last game.
Because it's like it keeps I'm just here. I just work here.
3 MVPs now. Blocker, Jammer, and a pivot. So the MVP blocker for Dallas for the last game is going to go to 2 spots. Your MVP pivot for Dallas is going to go to Frank Cat.
Power bar on my back.
And your MVP Jammer for Dallas is going to be Eliminator. And for Montana, your MVP Jammer is going to be Sparta. Your MVP blocker, Double D. And your MVP pivot, show me your keys. The next of our MVPs will get you your stickers. And now get ready for our next game coming up between Rocktown and Yellow Rose.
Hey! Oh, boo!
That'd probably be good.
Hey, Wombo! Can you bring me a horse? Stop, stop, stop. Will you bring me a horse up here? One of those horses. Bed next to me, guard. In my jacket. I want a pony. Wombo's bringing it. Oh, I want a pony! Oh, Bud's grabbing him. So I called the first game in WFTK chance.
Oh yeah.
No fucking wrong. That's how prepared they were.
That's nuts. I've had one game where I had to write the roster down by hand. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not fun having to write out the roster. That could be an interesting thing.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Roster back? No. We had this short. Just now got him done. Oh, that's shit. What's a good thing? I know Yellow Rose is a good thing. I know. I have no clue about Rocktown. Only have nothing. You got an old roster? Fantastic. Real comfortable like they have them. Flash your mic running down to that table. They have a roster.
Oh yeah, okay. Yep.
They learn the hard way. By the salty vets.
Called that game. Gentlemen, thank you. I'll get my
Oh, I've had fun all day. I just kept maybe tired. Then my energy peaks this morning. So like it'll hit the afternoon. That's when I'm like. But every game's been really good. We haven't had like we had the 300-point game yesterday. Other than that, there hasn't really been a ton of blowouts.
Not always like that.
Yeah, especially with whipping your brain. Like Casey, gosh, like 12, 13 years ago, traveled to Colorado to play with the Denver team and lost like 600. Wow. Imagine driving all the way through Kansas and getting by 600 points. None of that. Yeah, they beat me.
Rockham's 18 version.
I love all the fun you've had with them.
I've got good news. I developed content.
I've seen it. I feel like every 5 minutes, I've seen you playing with it. It's a lot of fun. I loved that little tiny 3-year-old running around with it.
That was so fucking cool. And the chat was roasting me on that shit.
Yeah. That's surprising.
And I ended up giving it to one.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so
Serbian people are generally experiencing right now.
No, it's the people on the chat that was roasting me.
Taking a piss on Johnny.
Going live at 10. We'll take it easy on you. Yes. Oh, we're live.
Oh, yeah.
Here at Clover Cup 2025, here in the beautiful Night Tech Sports Center in North Richland Hills, Texas. I am Johnny Pepper,
I remain Captain Motorboater.
and we're joined by the illustrious Flash Mob as our super producer
Flash Mob.
and keeper of stats and everything like that. Hey, bud, you want to talk about who's skating for Rocktown?
I'm going to give you all a heads up on who's going to be skating for Rocktown, y'all. Johnny Pepper, I'm excited to see this competition, these two teams going against each other. I'm especially excited to see these skaters from Rocktown against Yellow Rose. Here goes number 10, Swervin Irvin. Number 123, Teacher a Lesson. Number 21, Frizz Fatal. Number 3, Beetle Brews. Number 4, Alley. Number 5, Jet. Number 52, Block Lobster. Number 627, Mingus Bites. 69 is B Money. Number 789, Amelia Fearheart. Number 803, Getcha Som. Number 87, Panama Crack. And number 94 is Witch Doctor. On the bench, coaching all these illustrious skaters, Daisy Fever, Lavender Menace, Nightshade, and Rusty Nails. That's the Rocktown Roller Derby Diamonds.
Far out. And from Yellow Rose Roller Derby all the way from Rosenberg, Texas. They're going to be represented by 0, Famous Heinous. 113, Dr. Hustle. 127, Violent Viking. Number 131, Habeas Carcass. Number 2432, Bullet. Number 281, Andrea the Giant. Number 3, Aunt Fanny. Number 314, Take 'em Down. Number 42, Mostly Harmless. Number 44, Smack Rabbit. Number 442, Loba Loca. Number 555, Axe Grinder. Number 7, General Slaya. Number 713, Betray You. 803, Cherry Thunder, and they're coached by Mastermind, Frozen Tundra, and Cat Flu.
This is Yellow Rose's first game during this weekend. They'll also be playing against the Dallas Derby Devils Battalion of Doom tomorrow. Second game for Rocktown. They've already played against the Dallas Derby Devils Battalion of Doom. Took the victory against them.
Super excited to be seeing Yellow Rose coming down here to Clover Cup. You know who else is excited about that? All the people watching at Bohemios. They're having a watch party at Bohemios. Hey, everybody at Bohemios.
Shout out, folks.
The team said to tell you hi, so that's what I'm doing. You want to give some official love?
I love to love officials. The Doctor, Billow Fights, Mr. Nitro, MD, Cinnamon, Dr. Math, Orville Rec, Lollipop'em, Night Trotter, Weblinks, Cataclysm, Bionic, Lemon Stinger, Just Saying, Just Chaos, Laddie, and Nitro G round out all the officials skating and non-skating participating in this.
Super love all our officials. Want to give them official love. Also want to give a shout out to the Cody Bill Band for sponsoring all the announcer things this weekend. If you want to hear that new album and especially the new single Walking on the Moon, go to wherever you stream music. That is the Cody Gill Band. Absolutely. Who's up on the line first there, Captain Motorboater?
Looks like in yellow, number 7, General Slaya, and number 4, Alley for Rocktown Roller Derby.
I'm sure Alley's an alley. Tries to go around the outside, but forces out. Has to go all the way back to the pivot line. Meanwhile, that is
General Slaya up front. 2-all. Alley swinging right past General Slaya.
Nice.
Very quick pickup right there for Rocktown. The Diamonds in control of jam number 1. Alley coming through on 3. Assessing where this pack's going to stabilize. A quick peek for some offensive help. Gets that block from number 10, Swervin Irvin. 4 points on the board for Rocktown. And there we are. Jam number 1 complete with Rocktown. 4-0.
Star pass at the waning moments of that damn too Violent Viking. Violent Viking always doing better. Jam number 1 in the books.
Violent Viking sounds redundant.
Yes. Why don't we just say Viking?
Yeah, it's just Viking. Violence assumed. Ooh. Number 52, Block Lobster on the jam line. Nothing I love more than a jammer named Block Lobster, because what does a jammer do but block? Score points. That's what they do.
Mostly Harmless wearing the star for Yellow Rose going into jam number 2.
Block Lobster forcing a recycle behind the jam line. We're just going to keep this jam start style.
Little scrum start there, huh?
Fun times.
We're just getting into
plenty on the outside, though. Mostly Harmless, mostly jam leader.
Block Lobster clear on the initial and eligible to score points now.
Pat cruises over to the back stretch. Mostly Harmless. Peek to the inside, then squeaks to the out. Tap and call. 1 point for Yellow Rose.
Well, it's good to get off that 0 and at least put 1 point up on the board.
Get off the schneid is one of my favorite terms.
Absolutely. I'm sure all the people in Bohemios are just going crazy about that. Also want to give a shout out to the Yellow Rose announcers, Rainbow Sprite and Q-Brawl. Sorry y'all couldn't be here, but we love you just the same.
That's Q-Brawl DJ and announcer, right?
Yes.
Multi-talented superstar out of Yellow Rose.
And Rainbow, my friend.
Everyone loves Rainbow. Sad you're not here, Rainbow. Miss you at the 2025 Clover Cup. Number 0, Famous Anus for Yellow Rose Roller Derby.
Going up against Jet.
Yeah, lead jammer for Famous Anus.
Woohoo! Exactly what Yellow Rose need to get right back in it.
Jet with the initial pass completed. 4 points now on the board for Famous Anus. Nope, we're getting 2. Oh, 3
No
spot.
earned pass. No earned pass.
No earned pass, so a
3
3
points
spot
up on the
there.
board, which ties it up. That's technically a lead change.
We'll see how
I'll
this
die
shakes
on
out
that hill.
because we see how it shakes out. Famous Anus and Jet are both in a position to put points on the board.
Absolutely. Famous Anus pushing through that pack. The one to beat there at the end. But Rocktown just swarms on that defense, and now it's a 3-wall all of a sudden.
Jet found some room on that inside or that outside stretch there. That'll put a
Jet
solid
didn't
4.
need that much room to swoop on by there. Famous Anus looks to the bench to call it off, but goes ahead and takes those points and keeps skating.
Yep. Outside room now, straight into the brace 3-wall is Famous. Jet in the back working against a 2-wall. Looks like she's going to split to the middle, but then she's going to run into a couple more Yellow Rose blockers as it is. Famous push to the outside of the apex of 1 and 2. Thought about coming early, but wanted to avoid that.
Famous took that kiss outside,
Yeah.
goes ahead, calls it off. That's the better way to handle that.
Got locked up there with that word.
Absolutely. And that's a lead change. If you're a Yellow Rose fan, everybody hydrate.
Hydrate.
You got anybody you want to shout out to there, bud?
I'm certain I'll come up with something along this few minutes we have together. I want to shout you out, Johnny Pepper, co-head announcer for this tournament, doing a wonderful job of keeping all of us wrangled.
That's
in the
because I
seats
got
and
the
doing
most
good
awesome
stuff.
crew that you could ever assemble.
I like that you're taking some time to join us on the microphone, too. It's good to hear your voice.
Well, you know, I had other things to do today. General Slaya wearing that star 4 Yellow Rose going up against Ally, the most ally of all.
Well, plenty of room on the outside for Allie to pick up the lead. Jammer, Rocktown
100%.
back in control. Positioning for a potential lead change. Allie in a scoring position coming into turn 3. Inside step through 4 on the board.
General Slaya with that star stash looking for the pivot, but 94 holding that pivot out.
Witch Doctor.
Is it Witch Doctor? Cool. I was hiding my roster from myself.
No one can torture you like yourself, Johnny Pepper.
8 points in the pocket for Ally, looking to get a little more. Probably Ally.
It's Allie,
Okay.
but it could be Ally.
I'm an ally.
Or a lie.
Yes. I try not to tell those.
Never, ever. I can tell you that 12 points were thrown up on the board by Allie and that, or Allie.
That's a lead change. Everybody in Arkansas take a drink.
24 minutes to go in the period. Rocktown 23-12. Almost doubled up Yellow Rose so far, but we've got skaters on the track that want to change that.
Yes, we do. Block Lobster wearing that star 4 Rocktown going up against.
You know I'm going to beat you to it, don't you? Mostly harmless. Number
It is
42.
mostly harmless. Mostly harmless around the outside. Grabs that lead jammer status.
Not when you have a track cut penalty
Ooh.
assessed. Straight to the box for mostly harmless means here's the opportunity
Our
and succession. Block Lobster lead jammer.
I hear that in my head every time we say that.
In the house, they played the song after the game, which was nice, just to help us get that
Cody
earworm out.
Gilband rocking it out all weekend long.
Block Lobster knocked off the track, but able to get that recycle, avoiding a track cut. Now pinballs around the apex, looking for space on the backstretch. 360 spin, and then sniped
That was Viking.
Now a track cut. Track
We're gonna have
cut
a do-si-do.
penalty is going to be.
This is going to be a 2-minute jam. That's what it's going to be.
We got a full minute left, 1:05 to be exact.
Mostly harmless. Eyes that pack, skates around, and comes in from the back.
Had to come all the way back to turn 3 to re-engage this pack. There's some space on the front stretch. That'll get that initial pass completed. Now, mostly harmless has to mostly get busy and score points.
46 seconds left to do so. And we'll find that Block Lobster is standing in the box with less than 10 seconds left on the penalty, with 30 seconds left in the jam. And Block Lobster comes out and enters the fray. Mostly harmless, picking up 4 points on that pass. Block Lobster with 4 in the pocket just adds another.
20 seconds left. Mostly harmless outside. Ooh, gets bumped off the track. Number 87 with a great block. Panama crack.
Blocked your own player.
Sometimes you got to do it.
I hear you. Sometimes you just play defense.
Hit everything that moves.
Yes. That jam comes to a close, but not before. 7 points are awarded to Rocktown. 4 points to Yellow Rose, 30-16. 8 points to Rocktown, 21-30. Left to go in this first half. I want to shout out Cindy, my wife of 31 years. She's watching. Hi, babe. I love you. I'll be home Monday.
Is she going to jump in the chat, talk about your
No, she won't be.
your pony races?
And we did get prizes to him. It just wasn't, $1,000 trips and stuff.
Yeah, for those of you that are not in venue, but you can be in venue, hustle on down as the main giveaway in the raffle prize here in venue is a trip to Honduras.
Oh, yes.
And who wouldn't want to go check out the jungle
Everybody
of
wants to
Honduras?
go Honduras.
Let's
pay some bills. How about that?
Pay some, Johnny
Noodles
Peeps.
Creations, a proud Dallas Devils member, brings custom gear, accessories, and unique handcrafted designs straight to Vendor Village. Want to stand out on and off the track? Noodles got the skills to make it happen. What's going on the track?
We got skaters playing Famous Anus jamming for Yellow Rose, Jet on the track for Rocktown Roller Derby.
I love Jet.
Jet's fantastic.
And the band. Just saying.
Famous lead jammer. Star stash, but still through is Jet. So initial pass completed by both jammers. Peek over the shoulder by Famous, trying to see where the best point to attack this and find out timing on a potential call-off. Center through Famous, swinging around a block, but did get knocked off to the inside as forced to recycle. Jet through for 4 on the board. Rocktown Roller Derby.
Yeah, Yellow Rose needs to get together and play a little better defense. They need to catch and hold.
Trying to play offense and defense at the same time, and that's not a good combination for them currently. I think picking a focus is what they need in this moment. While Jet continues to make their way through, he was able to pick up
Good
8
to see
points
him
on
on
the
this
jam.
stage anyhow. And if you're ever in the Rosenberg area and want to see some derby, check out yellowrose.com. Talk about Zeromas, the yummy, yummy in-venue food provider.
Some of those folks call that a restaurant.
Absolutely. Feeling hungry? Visit Zeromas for a bite to eat throughout the tournament weekend. And come celebrate us after a full day for tonight's after party. It's Zeromas. Cheers.
It's where I will be. I'm going to enjoy an adult beverage, and I'm going to celebrate the amazing athletes that have put on fantastic entertainment for all of us this weekend and today.
There's been some really, really good games today.
And we've got another one on tap. The
Yes,
last
we
game
do.
of
Oh, my.
the day is going to feature the two teams. We'll call this the semifinals, if you will. The two teams that are vying to play against the Dallas Derby Devils Army of Darkness in tomorrow's championship game. Rocky Mountain Roller Derby from my current hometown of Denver, Colorado.
I love Denver.
And TXRG, the Chainsaws, our friends from Austin down south, taking
I love
on Rocky
Austin,
Mountain.
too.
What a heck of a game coming up. You'll find my voice making its glorious tones on the house call later for that game.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because, you got to work 3 games in a row, don't you?
Well, that's what I did.
Thank you so much.
So far,
Dallas Derby Devils are celebrating their 20th year, and they've got some brand new merch over there. Get on over there and check out their merch table. And since you're listening on the stream, just go to DallasDerbyDevils.com and check out all their merch online.
Yeah, and CloverCup.com and get you a Clover Cup shirt. Just because you're here doesn't mean you can't rep the tournament.
Absolutely.
As we're getting ready to get back to action, we're looking to see. We've got an official timeout. That's obvious. We can all see that, right? Not certain what we're officially timed out for. One of the usually pretty obvious for us up here to see what the conversation is about. This is not one of those situations.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank Death Hound Sports Network for providing this awesome free stream on the YouTube.
The YouTube. That's also
All the people that work for Death Hounds, thank you so much for your production value, bringing it to Clover Cup and bringing it live, especially you, Becky, with the good hair.
General Slaya towing the jam line for Yellow Rose, taking on number 4, Allie, for Rocktown
We've
Roller
seen
Derby.
this tandem before.
Yep, this duo has competed already once. Quick toe on the inside there. General Slaya appears to have gotten away with that, but look at the speed on the outside by Allie. Quickly flying through and getting lead jammer.
Turned on the jets, if it were. That was like super quick
Great
explosiveness.
explosiveness.
Yellow Rose gets a block to put us at the back of the pack. Thank you, Rich Mahogany, for coining that term. If you're wondering what I'm saying at home, a blocktopus is 4 skaters together. That's 8 wheels on the ground.
Yep.
And an octopus's garden in the shade.
Sounds sticky.
Allie's through 4 points. 4 points in the pocket. With those 4 points, makes 8 total. 4 points to Yellow Rose so far in this jam. Still has a minute 3. But Allie is the lead jam and calls it off right now. Picks up 2 more points. 11 points total in that jam for Rocktown, bringing their total up to 50. 26 for Yellow Rose, 18:50 left to go in the game.
Full complement of skaters on the track. No one in the penalty box. Once again, all of our non-skating officials managing the penalty box are lonesome and friendless without skaters.
Is it the Captain Pepper penalty box today?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We didn't sponsor that.
Bach Lobster wearing a star for Rocktown, going against Mostly Harmless.
Yep. Mostly Harmless. Working against your block lobster. Was that blocktopus? Yeah. We have too much.
One was bridging.
We have too much seafood blocking in this game. We're going to quit
Block
that
Lobster
right now.
does grab lead jammer status, much to the light of everybody in Rocktown. Meanwhile, Mostly Harmless
Is going to the
skating to the captain penalty box.
going to the penalty box. Power jam time now for Block Lobster. Already putting 4 on the board. Let's see what the next 30 seconds will bring. They will bring
4
a
whistles.
stop of a jam.
That's going to freeze the jammer in the box, and that's just good derby.
No, it's a great idea, especially going to put Jet out there.
Power
He's gonna-
start situation.
Power
get
start
fresh
situation.
legs. Good to go.
You also have a pack advantage for Rocktown. Perfect recipe for Jet to put some points on the board for Rocktown.
There's our little buddy down there, the littlest one in the hobby horse race.
Oh, your youngest
With
winner?
the prize that they won.
Remember, Johnny, the people on the stream can't see any of the things you're looking at.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But, what they can see is Jet getting a lead jammer for Rock City.
And showing some
Excuse
love
me,
to the crowd.
Rocktown, not Rock City. Rocktown Roller Derby.
Rocktown.
Sorry for all you Rocktown fans. I mean, not sorry because you're winning and you just got another 4
Oh,
points.
they're yelling in joy.
We're having a good time.
Absolutely.
They are rocking this town inside out.
Mostly Harmless standing in the penalty box and is joining the fray as I speak. Hits the back of a 3 wall and tries to push through around to the outside, but nothing there but black shirts. Mostly Harmless gets a little help and tries to go through the middle, but ends up on a Rocktown blocker.
Rocktown already has what they needed out of this situation, was putting points on the board during the power jam and eliminating the ability for even a scoring pass from Yellow Rose. So excellent job across the board on that for Rocktown, putting the 8 up on 62-26 palindrome style. We're at 16 minutes to
I
go in
love a
period number
palindrome.
1. That
And
is
a mock
the
crack.
third straight lead jam for Rocktown for a total of 6.
Thank you, Flash Mob, our super producer.
Super Flash Mob doing his very first super production.
And I want to give props
with two of the
to-
most annoying people to work with. So terrible
Absolutely.
duty for. But here we go.
Allie wearing the star for Rocktown, going up against Famous Amos in jam number 10.
3 for 3 now. Allie getting lead jam and getting lead jam against Famous.
And that Rocktown defense is just swarming around Famous.
Allie now trying to go inside, gets redirected. Great check there by
Tank him down.
Take him down.
Absolutely. Tank playing some awesome defense out there.
That block drew an ooh from the crowd.
With Aunt Fanny. And a player to be named later. Nice hit. And 4 whistles are going to rain down and bring that jam to a close. 4 points awarded to Rocktown. That palindrome's over with, 66-26, with 14:56 to go in the first half.
Who we got jamming this time?
Looks like we got 52 Block Lobster and number 7, General Slaya. And we're underway.
Whistle blows, the skater rolls. Got a whole bunch of folk in the penalty box. One just released from Rocktown. Still 2 blockers in the box for Yellow Rose, so pack advantage, slight pack advantage now because
Giant
Rock
pack
City
advantage.
gonna go throw some back in. Block Lobster redirected. That was number 131, Cabasas Carcass, right? Habeas Carcass.
General Slaya
Man, that's a hard
grabs
one to
lead
say.
jammer status out of nowhere. And just like that, that pack advantage goes the other way. Block Lobster with a star stash gets through and comes up on a scoring pass as General Slaya curves it off. 4 more. 4 in the pocket. Rocktown held scoreless in that jam. Yellow Rose gets the 4, bringing their total up to 30.
That was the stoppage of a streak for Rocktown. Rocktown had 7 straight scoring jams until that jam. Yellow Rose finally slapping down some defense, holding Rocktown to 0 points.
Mostly
36-point
harmless.
deficit. As
You're doing math now.
yeah, I'm
Wow.
quick like that. 13 minutes and 21 seconds during a team timeout. Let's pay the bills.
Team timeout brought to you by Derby Girl Designs. 14 years of bearing beauties. Derby Girl Designs, handcrafted jewelry and unique gifts with stainless steel, roller skate wheel bearings, and genuine gemstone beads. Perfect zirconias and crystals. League MVP awards and wholesale discounts are available. Save 15% with the coupon Clover Cup at DerbyGirlDesigns.com. Also want to give a shout out to Lloyd Knox and Hit Squad TV.
Hit Squad.
We trust. The best videographer in the whole wide world. Everybody knows that.
He does great work. If you
I
haven't-
got a highlight reel made.
Did you now?
I did.
How'd that go?
It's awesome. It was super awesome. I show my friends when I can find it on my phone, but it's buried so deep in the pictures now I can't find it. Thanks to Death Hound Sports Network for bringing us this free stream on the YouTube.
Jab number 12.
Brother Moose and Zach and all company, thank you so much for what you do for roller derby.
Yellow Rose Roller Derby has mostly harmless jamming, while Jet from Rocktown Roller Derby. Jet with the inside. Lead jammer. Control.
I believe I saw a star pass, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure looks like Aunt Fanny is rocking the helmet cover now for Yellow Rose Roller Derby. Jet gets the 4 that they were looking for, taps the hips and calls it jam.
That's a 40-point differential. I know that. with 12 and a half minutes to go.
Flex
In the
that,
first half.
flexing that subtraction or addition skill. I'm not sure which one you used to get to that total, but well done.
Well, my teacher told me when I was little, you take those zeros and do away with them, and then 7 minus 3 is 4.
Yeah.
Put the 0 back, you got 40. The more you know. Math class.
Sounds like doesn't sound like Montessori.
No, it isn't. Allie, we're in the start for Rock Tower going up against Famous Anus for Yellow Rose in jam number 13. Take it away, Captain.
Quick move to the outside. Allie once again lead jam, 4th in a row for Allie. Again against Famous, so Famous is yet to solve how to pick up this lead jam control when going against Allie. That's some nice chest-to-chest work. Blocking there by Violet Viking. Enough space, enough clearance, enough points. We're going to call it off for Rocktown. Another 4 with a 0 on the board for Yellow Rose. The easiest way, it turns out, Johnny Pepper, to beat somebody in a sport like this is not allowing them to score points.
That's how you do it.
74-30 inside of 11 and a half minutes to go, period number 1. Jam
And
number
you don't
4.
need those 20-point jams and 30-point jams. Them 4-point jams and them 7-point jams all add up.
The 0 is what matters.
Yep.
Black Lobster, number 52 in black, taking on number 7. That is General Slaya in yellow for the Yellow Rose Roller Derby.
General Slaya pushing against that 3 wall at the front of the pack. Block Lobster against that block to put us in the back, but they lose a blocker to the penalty box. That is 7-1-3, Betray You. Block Lobster grabs lead jammer status coming out in turn 2. Nice hop there by General Slaya to get through, but right into the back of a 4-wall black shirt.
And Gravity was still working in that corner, taking General Slaya to the floor. Swinging on through for 4 points, Block Lobster.
4-arm call, and General Slaya makes it a power jam for Block Lobster.
It is time to jam the power. Shoulder to shoulder, nice redirection there by number 3. I believe it was Aunt Fanny. Now Block Lobster.
Aunt Fanny's putting in the work.
Aunt Fanny's been on the track a lot. Already 8 points on this jam so far, still in a power position. Block Lobster. Looks like there's some space on the outside. Yeah, untouched through the apex of 1 and 2. 12 points on the jam so far.
Block Lobster didn't need a lot of room to get around the outside of that. So if you're learning how to play defense at home, folks, always all the way to the line. Block all the way to the line.
That is the 8th scoreless jam of the period for Yellow Rose.
Yellow Rose is going to have to tighten that up at halftime.
You do not want to stack those up, Johnny Pepper.
You want to address that at halftime and make sure that everybody on the track knows what's going on. 12 points to Rocktown on that jam, 86-30. 9:20 left to go in this first half.
We still have a power start scenario. Jet is in and on the track, engaged with the pack. General Slaya in the penalty box for Yellow Rose. Jet through turn 2, just roller coasters to the outside. Collects lead jammer.
Jet's got a fan club right here to my immediate left.
Excellent. Jet deserves a fan club, the amount of points they've been scoring.
Absolutely.
Nice chip to the inside. Jet's going to have to recycle to the turn 2. Now backstretch. Searching for space on the inside. Ooh, gets taken down from a low angle there. Number 503. No, 803, excuse me. That's Cherry Thunder.
Yay, Cherry. Oh, an official review is going to get called.
That 12-point jam was the tied the highest scoring jam of the period.
I want to give a shout out to one of our awesome sponsors, Ritz Safety. Rolling into Clover Cup 2025 with Ritz Safety once again at our side, ensuring the safety and well-being of our skaters, officials, and fans. A huge shout out to Corey Coleman at Ritz Safety for his continued generosity in supplying top-tier safety equipment for both the Dallas Derby Devils and our annual Clover Cup tournament. Safety is our top priority, and with Corey's support, we're able to provide a clean, secure, and well-equipped environment for everyone involved. Looking for reliable safety supplies or services? Corey Coleman at Rit Safety has you covered. Whether you need rentals, services, or safety equipment, Corey is the go-to expert. Just be sure to tell him that DDD sent you. Mention Johnny Pepper for that 0% discount.
You can get that 1-star service if you drop Johnny Pepper's
Well,
name.
you know, it holds a lot of weight for nothing.
Listen, my favorite service is 1-star service because everyone knows, everyone knows what we got going on here, and we're fine with it.
I had some super service last night at dinner. Did you hear about that?
Oh, where'd you go, buddy?
I went to the Cotton Patch, and
Always lovely.
chicken fried bacon hasn't been on the menu in a year.
And they brought it
And
back.
I got to talk to the manager, and the manager went back to the kitchen and said, yeah, we got everything. I'll make you some. Made me 2 orders of chicken fried bacon. Awesome.
You know, Cotton Patch has the one of the best ranches of any restaurant. Now,
Their jalapeno gravy is to die for. I just love that jalapeno gravy. So, thank you, Cotton Patch.
and we have more healthy tips for you for dining out here in
Absolutely.
North Texas. Join the captain and Johnny
I do want to
Pepper
thank everybody out watching in the Twitch. I mean, on the YouTube.
on YouTube.
On the YouTube.
On the YouTube.
Are we following along so we can give shout outs to people that want to shout
Oh
out?
yeah, if you want to shout us out on the chat, go ahead.
Glad to tell you hi, especially when we get an official.
If you've said anything, we haven't been checking the chat just because Johnny and I are a little bit distracted by roller derby. But
yes,
feel
watch
free-
it, Derby.
Yeah, feel free to fill it up. Give us your impressions of the game. I'm excited to see how the second half is going to turn out. See what kind of adjustments that Yellow Rose can make.
Well, I see that flashing dot just disappeared. So whatever Master was looking for, Mastermind did not get it. Allie was out front, but got a track cut. And what do you?
Yellow Rose was looking for a track cut on that last
Okay.
jam. That's what our official review was about.
That's that no call stance. That's
Yeah,
why they
that's
officially
right. You're
went
going to see
away.
that little blinky dot go away.
I was
Our
hoping
friends
it'd
at-
turn into a plus sign.
Yeah, our friends at home, you see that white little dot that's in the top right, left corner there. That means that they have lost their official
Mostly
review.
Harmless goes to the captain penalty box, and that's going to release Allie.
All right, we're going 2 minutes.
Mostly Harmless only has to serve the same amount of time that Allie does, and Mostly Harmless is already standing. Allie joins the back of the pack and pops through on the inside, almost untouched. Meanwhile, Mostly Harmless out of the box and coming back on the pack. Takes a little tumble, gets back up, and runs right into a blocktopus at the front of the pack. Thank you, Rich Mahogany.
Everyone hanging out just over the pivot line. Here comes some offensive help to see if they can spring Mostly Harmless.
Got to have help to get through a blocktopus.
There it was.
Absolutely, Mostly Harmless through. Allie through as well.
Now we're going to cruise around at
Mostly Harmless.
a mild pace coming into the turn 2 area up the back stretch.
Mostly
Hey.
Harmless coming around on a scoring pass now.
Yeah, same scenario. We're going to both run into
Done with that pesky initial.
a pair of bloctopuses. Bloctopi?
Bloctopi.
Bloctopi?
Bloctopi.
I'm still learning your language.
I'm sure they'll tell us here in a minute. Or we could ask Doc Lawless. Doc Lawless has a PhD in marine biology.
Yeah. You know what? Doc Lawless does a presentation about roller derby names and professional wrestling names and how they unify their story.
Yes.
And my name happens to be on the problematic name slide. So I couldn't understand for the life of me why. I like
But Captain, my Captain.
motorsports. that take
We're going to
place
have
in
a
aquatic
timeout,
areas.
and we've gotten all our ads reads for the first half. So
You know
I
what?
want to talk about all our vendors out there in Vendor Village. Can
All
we
of
do
them?
that? Yes.
Do you see them all
Including-
from here?
Not limited to, but including Sacred Skate Supply, Lamb Lamb's Box, Wellness Hydration.
Wellness hydration. Okay.
Oh, they gave
I see they cranked that Dallas Derby Devil store that has all the apparel.
Goodfoot Skates,
Goodfoot skates. Quadzilla.
the Dallas Derby Devils merch booth. They've got pins and stickers. They're celebrating their 20th year here at this 13th Clover
Wow.
Cup. How many have you been to?
How many have I been to? That's a great question. We were trying to math that out because I'm not real good at keeping statistics personally.
I bet
My
you've been
first-
to at least 10 of them.
My first was 2014.
Okay.
I did miss one. So 9 is where we have landed.
At my very first Clover Cup, you were my THA.
Was I?
Yes, and you were so wonderful.
Oh man!
I was a scared little announcer rabbit.
And now you're
And
now you're
and now you
co-THA.
made me just a scared little announcer rabbit.
Now you're co-THA.
Holy cow,
And I'm
really?
and I'm just hanging out here yapping gums.
Man, co-THA, yes. Thank you, Shady Hawkins, for agreeing to be my partner in this endeavor.
As announcers, we are lucky to be taken care of by wonderful leaders.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate the
And
volunteer
thank you,
work
Flash
that y'all
Mob,
do.
for coming all the way from Missouri to be by my side.
Kansas City representing.
Flash Mob, I met at Show Me Skate last year. Had such a good time working for me. Came down to Texas to be with me. Absolutely.
Flash Bob's going to jump on the chat in the YouTube channel. See what you guys are thinking.
Can I give a
And-
shout out to Waterboy?
And going to give us some
his
updates on what's
family.
happening. Great time on that. If you want to talk about some impacts to our community over this weekend.
Yes, we lost an announcer this morning, hopefully for just a day, as Waterboy's partner went down in a clinic this morning with a broken leg after just getting back from a broken leg. So sorry.
Tough sport, but Waterboy will
Fill up fast. Waterboy's going to be by your side. We're going to take care of
take
you.
great care of the wife, man.
Back to the action on the track. Block Lobster wearing the star for Rocktown Roller Derby. Famous Anus, the jammer record for Yellow Rose, as Block Lobster grabs lead jammer status.
Already made their way around the track now. Block Lobster in position to get some points. Quick tripod slowing down the activity. Going to get a call. Not able to get the result the Block was hoping to get there. Excellent work by Yellow Rose. Nice star pass and then effective skating. Getting around to get that called. 99-32. We are coming up on the 5-minute mark of period number 1.
Rocktown looks like they're going to fill that bucket first.
General Slag towing the jam line this time for Yellow Rose. While Jet will be letting the engines burn on this
I
jam.
believe our jam refs are communicating points back to the NSO table. Thank you for all y'all do, skating officials and non-skating officials. Back to the action on the track. What's happening there, Captain?
Pressing the turn, coming into 1. Jet up against the 3-wall, moving the whole 3-wall. Now they've been able to get to the apex position and have locked down. Aunt Fanny, part of that 3-wall that was really doing work on Jet, but it was solved. Initial pass complete now for Rocktown Roller Derby. Full complement of skaters on the track, blockers, excuse me, but not skaters because there was a power jam happening right now.
Yes, there is.
We absolutely missed the Yellow Rose jammer getting dinged with a little bit of penalty action. So General Slaya going to start in the penalty box for Yellow Rose.
When we start jam number 19
Good amount of jams in the first period.
in about 10 more seconds.
Alley number 4 in black for Rocktown Roller Derby is your jammer.
Power start
The jammer.
for Rocktown.
Got 8 on 8 as it relates to blockers. So we'll see how offense v defense rolls. One skater to beat, but nice job at the apex there. Still Alley lead jammer for Rocktown.
All 80 wheels now back on the track.
General Slaya engaged with the pack coming out of the box. Initial pass looking. Down on all 4. Crushing block and then rejected from the track. Multiplayer block is the call. Number 3 for, that is Beetle Brews for Rocktown.
Don't say that one more time.
It's 3, right? It's 3, right? I only did 1.
Yeah, but I did the second.
Oh, you have to say, it's only one person. We can both say it, I think. I don't know. I don't know how the rules work.
I don't either. But they're probably silly rules anyway.
I like silly rules.
General Slaya pushing at that 2-wall at the front of the pack.
Right, but here goes Allie just easily through
Like,
the yellow rose wall. 12 points on the jam so far.
Very
One more
comfortable.
pass and we'll get, I think, the highest scoring jam for either team. If Allie can, nope. Allie's going to tie once again for 12. I think Allie's got 2 12s in this game so far.
if that's the third one, that's 36. And we still got 2 minutes and 13 seconds to go till halftime.
Block Lobster this time for Rocktown Roller Derby. Yellow Rose Roller Derby. The All-Stars have put out a number
Mostly harmless.
40. Mostly harmless.
I'll help you out there.
Appreciate you. Thanks,
Well,
fam.
because you helped me out earlier.
Thanks, fam.
With the same skater.
You think we'd figure this out by now?
Yes.
One of us will.
Mostly harmless.
Block Lobster, the Jammers.
Dashing that star and looking for the pivot. But the pivot's not there because the pivot's in the captain box.
But you know who is there? Mostly harmless. Initial pass complete. Block Lobster. Quickly through for 4. Taps the hips, calls the jam.
4 and done on that. 118-32 with a minute 15 to go till halftime.
This could be the last jam of the period.
Loba wanted me to shout out the Biz Kids group and Camellia Ruiz group. Loba says hi, people. And shout out to all the people watching at Bohemios. Thank y'all so much for what you do for roller derby and Yellow Rose support.
Remember to tip your bartenders and waitresses.
Absolutely, and don't drink and drive. You might hit a bump and spill your drink, and that's alcohol abuse. We wouldn't want to promote that.
Or just don't do it, period.
Just don't do it. Jet, wearing the star for Rocktown Roller Derby, going up against Famous Anus or Yellow Rose. Jet grabs lead jammer status coming out of turn number 2.
Every time Jet gets lead jammer, blows a kiss to the fans in the crowd. The Jet support group.
That's the Jet support group, the fan club, if you will.
We're going to call them the Afterburners.
Yes. Are you going to be my fan? 20 seconds on the period clock, 1:27 on the jam clock. Jet in control of the clock. As the lead jammer with 4 points in the pocket. 8 points on the board. Looking to get a little more. Period clock will expire. We're running on jam time. That is your last jam of the half.
Jet coming in with a little bit of speed around 2. Tumbles over a couple. Blasting through blockers. Slipping to the left and right. Fully stretched out pack. Jet 12-point jam. Tap and call. Roller Derby fans, that is the end of period number 1. With Rocktown Roller Derby, the Diamonds, 130. Yellow Rose Roller Derby All-Stars, 36. Action-packed first period. We expect more to come. We'll see you back here at Clover Cup 2025 in about 14 minutes.
19-17. Yellow Rose is relatively easy, but
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I'm looking around. I don't see anybody coming to take a microphone from me. So I'm just going to go ahead and announce it. We have a lot of really great milestones happening for a lot of our officials and other volunteers this weekend. But a big one we have right now for Minnesota Whiskey, Dr. Matt, just officiating 500 games. The only way I imagine that they could count that they had that many games is they have 500 friends. Because I only have 5 fingers to count on because the other hand is holding the microphone, and I assume that's how everyone else counts. But no, serious, huge props to Dr. Matt. That is some incredible dedication to the Roller Derby. Thank you so much for coming out here and lending us your talents and being with us. Yeah, now we'll be back in about 10 minutes with roller derby versus Yellow Rose roller derby.
Water Boys asked me if I could cut in, and I said, "Not a minute."
Better? Chat would say I would do. I wouldn't try to be better. I'd try to keep it. That's how we're doing it.
So, we talked a little bit about this before the halftime, but we're going to talk a little bit more about it right now. You know, you may remember that very special milestone that one of our folks here have made. Big shout out to Dr. Matt, NSO, officiating 500 games. Where does one find the time, the sheer force of will from that? That's where. So in case you didn't hear when we were saying it earlier, Dr. Matt, thank you so much for all of your contributions, all of your hard work. We love you. Have fun up on that dais. And we'll be back into the action in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, roller derby fans. Clover Cup 2025. I'm still Captain Motorboater alongside one of my favorites of all time, Mr. Johnny Pepper.
Howdy, everybody. And we're joined by our amazing producer, Flash Mob, bringing us the stats, keeping us apprised of everything that's going on in the chat and everything. Thank you, Flash Mob.
Appreciate the help by everybody to make this possible.
Absolutely.
Love me some 2025 Clover Cup roller derby.
Especially all our athletes. Love our athletes. Love our skating officials. Love our non-skating officials. Love all our volunteers. Track maintenance personnel.
There's some volunteers right there.
Yes.
Officials.
All our photographers, our videographers. I want to thank all our friends at Death Hound Sports Network for bringing such a beautiful stream here on the YouTube. Thank you, Moose. Love you, brother.
We got about a minute before we get back to roller derby action. Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds over Yellow Rose Roller Derby All-Stars. 130-36. Just an outstanding performance first half by Rocktown.
Really, really was.
There's some excellent success from their jamming rotation. Blocking has been outstanding, and really what has put them in this position has been their ability to keep Yellow Rose off the scoreboard. 7 scoreless jams in the first half for Yellow Rose. We'll see if Rocktown can keep that level of defense up. Yellow Rose is probably going to do a little bit of rotation, jammer rotation, move around would be my anticipation, especially with some of the penalty challenges that they have to deal with, mostly Harness with 3 penalties. As a jammer, that's a little bit nerve-wracking going into second period.
Talk about Swervin' Irvin?
Swervin' Irvin with 5 penalties.
Ouch.
For Rocktown Roller Derby. So 2 more penalties from number 10 in Rocktown, and that could be a disqualification from this competition. But we'll see how it shakes out.
Yes, we will in the next 30 minutes coming up. The second half of this exhibition game. This is like it's after game 6, so it's game 6.5.
Game 6.5.
Yes. Everybody's set. Nobody's in the captain box. We got 80 wheels on the track, and we are off. Block Lobster, we're in the star for Rocktown Roller Derby. Betray you.
First time jamming
for Yellow Rose.
It's like I knew. I predicted the future that there would be a rotation change from Yellow Rose, and here we are.
Block Lobster coming around on a scoring pass, runs into the wall of Yellow at the back of the pack.
Betray you trying to find room coming into turn 3, but got off tracked by Get You Some.
No earned pass, gets Block Lobster 3 points on that pass.
Now Betray you trying a nice little 360 spin. Backstretch has some resistance, but that blocker definitely can't touch that jammer that far away from the pack. So.
And that forces a call-off. Rocktown going to take those 3 points and go back to the bench to start another jam, which will be jam number 2 in the second half. Referees are getting together. They might add some more points. They do make it 134-36.
I like it when love it when the referees get together, communicate, everyone gets on the same page, make the right call.
Love our skating officials and all the hard work they do. Remember, some of these skaters get to take a break after every jam.
Yeah.
These referees are out there every jam.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, if you're not familiar with roller derby in a live format, but roller derby skaters smell bad. And so they have to endure that for the entire time.
Not all of them smell bad.
Some do.
Yes, some do.
You know who doesn't?
Yes.
Mostly Harmless smells great. Lead jammer.
Especially right now as that lead jammer status.
Flying through the pack.
Yes, everybody at Bohemios are going crazy right now.
Mostly Harmless peeks to the outside, gets a little bit of help. Now he's got some space inside. Nice stack up there by Amelia Fierhart. First time Yellow Rose has been able to have the lead jammer locked up for the last 15 jams, Derby friends.
Teach her a lesson and be money helping out on that Rocktown defense. Awesome, awesome job.
4 on the board, though, for Mostly Harmless.
Nice.
And now Witch Doctor is on the track for Rocktown Roller Derby as the jammer. Has not affixed the helmet cover to the helmet. as of yet. Here it'll go on now as the initial pass gets completed, which is going to indicate to Mostly Harmless it's time to call it off. The hips get tapped, the whistles get blown, and there we are.
6 points
6 to
on that
nothing.
jam.
Yellow Rose finally
7.
putting up the 0. That's the most important part of that.
Awesome 7-point jam for Yellow Rose. Jam number 2 of the second half.
Famous Anus on the jam line for Yellow Rose, this time against Jet. So Famous not squaring up against Allie anymore.
Whistle blows and both jammers take off. Famous Amos goes around the outside, grabs lead jammer's status, rolling across turn 1.5.
Johnny Pepper, that's a back-to-back lead jams now for Yellow Rose.
That's how you get in there, is you keep chipping away at that lead. Here comes Jet around on a scoring pass.
That's where Famous has to have a head on a swivel and know where Jet is. You don't want to get a late call off in this scenario. Now that you've allowed for that catch-up, then we're going to play it out and see how we can manage this situation coming into 3 and 4. Jet actually out in front.
That
avoids
pack just
a dive.
waterfalled.
Avoids a diving block. Puts 4 on the board, and now Famous is in a real tough situation. Down 4 points and in control. Hoping to get that last hit pass. Looks like it was accomplished. Good work there in a very compromising situation, but Famous able to get it up. Tied up 4-4.
Well, if you just keep getting lead jammer status, that's what you're going to have to do.
You'd like to see less points, though.
Yeah, Trip, I'd love to see a bullet jam. We'll try to manifest that from 30 feet up in the air. If you'd have told me before halftime, I would have talked to Mastermind and made that happen.
Right now we got Betray You for Yellow Rose taking on Allie. Betray You up front at the apex, but then goes down to one knee. Skaters seem to have fallen there. A little congestion action.
Yeah, everybody was trying for the same position there.
Allie
at that
finds her on the
apex.
inside, though, picking up lead jammer for Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds in control once again after losing back-to-back lead jams to Yellow Rose.
Betray You had one to beat, but that morphs into 3.
Betray You, a tall skater, working on some leverage issues there. As every one of these blockers seem to be able to get under the efforts of Betray You and stopping the advanced position.
That Rocktown defense is just swarming like bees.
Quick helmet cover handoff, and now
Carcass.
Habeas Carcass.
Now the jammer record for Yellow Rose.
Habeas Carcass is the jammer on note for Yellow Rose. But as they made their way around to come up to the pack, the jam was called off by Rocktown.
142, 47, 24, 20 left to go in this contest.
Mostly Harmless back on the jam line for Yellow Rose.
Going up against Block Lobster.
Number 52 on the right there. Excellent shot by the camera team.
Absolutely. Rocktown in the black, Yellow Rose in the yellow.
Pack backs up to the jammers as we start jam number 5.
Mostly Harmless tries to get it sped up. Block Lobster does and gets through.
Look at that. Look, photo finish to get across for lead jam. They gave it to
Mostly
Harmless. So they did exactly what you're supposed to do when you're trailing. Tap the hips and call it off before anybody gets any points on the board.
Absolutely. Lead jam, but not the jammer in the lead. I love it when that happens. Oh, 142 to 47, 23-25 left to go in the contest. Going into jam number 6 here at Clover Cup 2025 in the beautiful NITEC Sports Center in North Richland Hills, Texas.
Whistle blows, skaters roll, full complement of blockers and jammers on the track. Yellow Rose lead jammer. There goes Famous Amos. Back-to-back lead jams for Yellow Rose. That's 4 out of the last 5 where where Yellow Rose has had lead jam.
Witch Doctor's taking a break from that awesome defense to wear the star, and then goes ahead and passes it off to teach her a lesson. That'll teach her a lesson.
Teacher lesson coming in real hot right around turn 1. impacting with the brace 3 wall, trying to split through and find space. Cut track is the call against Famous Anus. Power Jam time now for Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds look to add to the lead. Already at a 95-point lead. We'll see what Teacher Lesson can add to that total.
If I'm not mistaken, Teacher Lesson got MVP blocker last night.
Well, right now,
that victory over.
Right now, Teacher Lesson is going to put some more points on the board. All ready for on the initial scoring pass.
If the score stands like it is right now throughout the game, Rocktown Roller Derby will be able to say they went to Clover Cup and went undefeated. Teacher Lesson with 8 points in the pocket picks up 4 more. Coming around on another scoring pass as I speak. Yellow Rose tries to lock down that defense. Nice hit right there.
Famous having to go all the way back to turn 2 while Teacher Lesson puts the 12th point on the board in this jam for Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds in full control as we're at the 21-minute mark of this contest.
Nice hit by Loba. Shout out to the BizKids group and Camelia Ruiz group. Loba wanted to tell y'all hi. 15 points on that jam for Rocktown Roller Derby. 157-51. Little under 21 minutes to go in this penultimate game of the day.
Number 52 in black, that's Block Lobster once again on the jam line. This time going up against Betray You. Betray You again, one of the tallest skaters on the track. You can see from this wonderful shot. The disadvantage that is blockers being able to get under you, but powering through to get the initial pass done was Betray You. Block Lobster, though, is your lead jammer.
Jammer race back to the pack. Pack locks up on the back straightaway. And 4 whistles rain down and bring that jam to a close. Rocktown's going to get 1 point on that jam.
The 15-point jam for Rocktown Roller Derby in the last jam was the highest point total of any jam so far in the contest. That's their 5th 2-digit scoring jam. Double-digit, I guess.
Double-digit scoring jam?
The smart folks say. I say 2-digit because I don't know your colloquialisms.
That's just another way to say it.
I don't know your English colloquialisms. Mostly harmless, though, lead jammer.
Super quick, super quick.
Super quick, just like super quick.
Coming out of turn 1 as your lead jammer.
Jet trying to hit the thrusters on the back stretch. Get the initial pass done for the Diamonds. Now.
That pack got a little spread out. They did have to let go.
Now here comes Mostly Harmless outside, but gets rerouted back to turn 2. Jet squeaks through. Looks like the 4th point might have been earned there. Got back by all the hips, but then the hips caught back up to Jet coming into turn 3. Mostly Harmless. I don't think Mostly Harmless is certain that they have control of the jam, and I don't think their team is telling them. Almost an attempted star pass. That would have been a bad idea.
Carcass Tank and Bullet on that defense for Yellow Rose in this jam.
Jet inside. He's got a blocker to beat. Able to get that accomplished. After getting some points on that pass, Mostly Harmless taps the hips and calls it off. Needed one more to tie Rocktown on that. So not the kind of result you want to have when you have control of the jam in a 1-point deficit. But we're at 166-58 with 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the period. Jam 8 on tap and ready to rock. We got brand new jammers. At least for the Rocktown side, Witch Doctor going up against Violet Viking. So first time for both of these jammers starting in a position of jam. And your Violent Viking, Yellow Rose lead jammer.
Absolutely. Witch Doctor clear on the initial. Coming around back to the jam line. Looking at that pack, trying to find a way through. Viking's going to go ahead and take the points and call it.
Yellow Rose on a 60% jam win situation. Over the last 10, they've won 6 of the last 10. But the problem is they're not spacing. They're not getting enough point spread differential in winning those.
That's a good showing coming out of the halftime. They were not doing as well, and now they're doing a lot better at
The
that.
adjustments were made to the jammer rotation, and we've seen the
Absolutely.
fruits of that results to control of the game, but it's that point spread differential that they really have to get focused on.
For sure.
If they want
Famous
to chip
Anus
into this.
wearing the star for Yellow Rose going against Allie for Rocktown Roller Derby Diamonds.
So here we are right back to this pairing, which we've seen Allie be extremely successful in.
Amelia Fearhart going to the captain penalty box for some infraction. I didn't see what it was.
Allie is lead jammer again for Rocktown. Famous right behind, so don't expect too much action in this, and as predicted.
Absolutely. Just a call off on a 0-0 wash.
Now, if you are Yellow Rose and you lose lead jammer, that's exactly the result you want to see, is double zeros.
166 to 60, 16-26 left to go in this contest. Going into jam number 11. We're going to have Block Lobster wearing the star for Rocktown. Mostly Harmless, jammer record for Yellow Rose, and Mostly Harmless is out front and lead.
Was lead, but cut the track.
Ooh,
Block Lobster now lead jammer.
that's a power jam.
That 0-0 score on the last jammer, that was the first one that we've had in this entire contest.
Block Lobster tried to do a little apex out there, but Smack Rabbit was there to deny. Nice job, Smack.
Block Lobster in a pinball of Yellow Rose blockers, but emerges with 4 on the board. And a call off. Again, want to thank our amazing producer, Flash Mob, Kansas City, killing it, representing.
All right, this official review is brought to you by Lamb Lamb's Loot Box. Bring some cuddly magic to life with Lamb Lamb's Loot Box. The skater-owned business specializes in handmade crochet creations, each crafted with love and care to bring a touch of warmth and whimsy to your world. Perfect if you're looking for the perfect gift, a cute collectible, or your next snuggle friend. Visit Lamb Lamb's Loot Box at their booth in Clover Cup right now, or go to landlambslootbox.com. Also want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Sacred Skates. If you need gear, sizing, or a quick fix, Sacred Skates has you covered. They bring boots, plates, wheels, and all the essentials, plus on-site maintenance and expert fitting. They've even swapped a kingpin mid-game to keep a skater rolling. Stop by their booth and get geared up. And that's true, because I seen last night a skater had a skate issue. Carried it over there to Sacred Skate Supply, got in on the jam after the next.
It's like having your
fast
own
service.
pit crew
Absolutely.
right here at the tournament. Hey, look, there was a shot of us right there in our little perch. We were there for like 6 seconds. I saw myself.
Well, you know,
Got
Death
excited.
Hound Sports Network always getting those good shots, making us look good.
Here's all
Thank
the
you.
amazing athletes from Yellow Rose Roller Derby.
Absolutely.
The All-Stars. Having a great time.
Love our track maintenance people getting
Look, they
all
even knew
the
they were on
stuff in.
camera. They're waving at themselves.
Yes.
Amazing. Pop over here and let's have a peek at our friends at Rocktown. No?
I want to give some more official love. You did it kind of fast earlier. The non-skating officials, the Dr. Bill of Fights, Mr. Nitro, MD, Cinnamon, Dr. Mouth, Orville Wreck, Lollipop'em, and Night Trotter. And our skating officials, Bionic, Catechism, Web Links, Lemon Stinger, Just Saying, Just Chaos, Laddie, and Nitro G. Thank you so much. Also want to thank all the officials here at Clover Cup, our tournament oversight committees, and all them people for having such a good sense to bring us in here to talk roller derby about all you good people out there in YouTube land.
The YouTube.
The YouTube land.
Yeah.
The Skynet. Witch Doctor wearing the star for Rocktown going up against Mostly Harmless. Witch Doctor taking a break from that awesome defense, grabs lead jammer status. Mostly Harmless like a half a step behind. Both jammers coming up on the pack, and Witch Doctor says that's enough. I'm calling it off.
There's our second 0-0 jam of the contest.
We're going to go to Jam 13 before we do anything else.
We're inside of 15 minutes now left in this.
Sure enough. Quick shout out to our good buddy Lloyd Knox over at Hit Squad TV, the best videographer in the whole wide world. In Squad we trust. And we're going to have another timeout on the floor. And this timeout is brought to you by Urban Apothecary. Skater made, trusted by athletes, physical therapists, and wellness professionals. Try their best-selling gummies for relaxation and the rest. Or the 4XL Pain Relief Topicals to help reduce inflammation and keep you on track. Shop here at Clover Cup at the Noodles Creation booth or online at urbanapothecary.shop. Thank you, Blue. I miss Blue. I wish Blue was here.
My right trapezoid is chock full of tension, and normally Blue has the solution for that with the magic hands.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we don't get that.
But we love you, Blue.
Shout out to Blue.
We'll see you soon. All right, back to the extra on track.
Allie, lead jammer for Rocktown. Betrayu is the jammer on record for Yellow Rose. Initial pass complete by Betrayu. Scoring pass time now for Allie coming into the apex with 1 and 2. Trying to find room on the inside. Pinballing around with their own blocker. Makes the executive decision to call off the jam.
14 minutes left to go in this contest. That reminded me of B-Team champs here. That was so much fun.
I missed that one, brother.
No, the one you did.
Oh, the one I did?
Yeah, when you made us the shirts.
Oh, yeah.
That was so sweet. Thank you so much for that. I still have mine.
I don't have mine anymore.
I don't wear it very often, but I will break it out every once in a while, and everybody will say, what's that?
Yeah, brought my massively impressive art skills to Sharpie the letter B on the front of a white T-shirt.
Block Lobster winning the star for Rocktown Roller Derby. Diamonds going up against Viking for Yellow Rose. In jam number 14 with 13 minutes left to go in this contest.
Space on the inside. Violent Viking lead. Jammer for Yellow Rose. Block Lobster spinning in a spin cycle at the apex. Going to recycle, adjust some equipment, and get back on track here. While that's happening, Violent Viking, 4 on the board.
Ginger Ninja says to tell all his fans hi as he eats a pizza and walks by us.
Was Ginger wearing this very tall shoes while doing that?
Ginger only does that while they're jam timing.
Oh.
Block Lobster coming up on that last scoring pass, but doesn't pass any hips. Yellow Rose gets 6 to take their total up to 66. Phillips, write us a check.
I don't think anybody knows what that means, Johnny.
Well,
I know.
When they write it back, when they watch it back, they'll know. Speaking of Phillips 66, I want to give a shout out to Wrecking Bill. He retired from Phillips 66. We're trying to spend all their money in his 401k.
I can help him with that.
Yeah, well, you know, I try as much as I can.
Sure.
You know, he always takes me out for a steak dinner every time we get together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. And I might see him at the MRDA Champs in Salem, Oregon. Proud sponsors of Clover Cup 25. October 10th through the 14th in beautiful Salem, Oregon. I hope you join me out there to see that.
We'll see. We'll see what happens, and see if the good people at MRDA need a mildly experienced voice to help call their experience.
Well, I'm going to apply. I hope they pick me. Because I love going to Oregon for any reason.
I've never been to Salem. I've done some time in Eugene, but I've never enjoyed
I miss the Big O.
The excitement of Salem.
I miss the Big O.
Shout out to anybody in Salem currently watching.
Yes, love each and every one of you. Shout out to Concussion Roller Derby.
Yeah, send me restaurant request or set recommendations if I make my way to Salem. Looks like we're getting ready to get back to action after the team timeout.
Jam 15 fixing to start. What's going to be out there?
I see Jet on the jam line for Rocktown Roller Derby.
And
that means Mostly Harmless is probably also towing the jam line, as that seems to be the pairing. what we see is not a lot of room on the inside, which is where everybody seems to want to go. Jet now doing a dance with a 3-wall up front. Mostly at Harmless is now lead jammer for Yellow Rose Roller Derby All-Stars. Jet took the helmet cover off. Initial pass completed. That means it's scoring time for both jammers, should they be allowed. Mostly Harmless coming up to turn 3. Last skater to beat gets 4 on the board. Jet on the inside, untouched for 4.
Nice.
Mostly
And it's
Harmless.
those little victories in a game like this that makes you keep coming back. And I guarantee you, Yellow Rose is going to use this as a learning experience just to get better. Speaking of better, I want to give a shout out to the best production team in the whole business. That's the Death Hound Sports Network, bringing you this free stream on the YouTube channel with that giant boom crane looking down on all the skaters on the track. We got an official timeout brought to you by Jamie K. Creative.
Jamie K. Creative.
Yes.
Tell me about Jamie K. Creative.
Oh, well, I'd love to, but I don't have any ad reads per se. I know they're a sponsor. Thank you, Jamie K.
Well, I know that Jamie K. Creative does a lot of great things from a creative perspective. You know why I know that? Because it's in the name of the title.
Absolutely, I do.
So I'm just going to utilize that as a context clue to say words about
Tell
Jamie
me
K.
more.
If I search deep enough, I could probably find a sponsor read.
I bet you could.
But
You'd
we'll
have to run through the run-of show pretty deep to find
it
that
is
one,
an
though.
official review, so this could last minutes, if not hours.
Did you think about who you wanted to shout out?
Uh,
And my wife did get on the chat since you said so, and I said, no, she's not. She did. Love you, Cindy.
That's amazing.
Tell Harley Grace hi when she gets back from Grams.
Nice.
Tell her Paw Pepper will be home Monday,
Paw
maybe.
Pepper.
I love that little girl.
Isn't it great?
Yes. She just turned 1 year old.
I don't.
Not even 400 days old yet.
I don't know if anybody I know is listening to the stream right now.
Well, you might be
Maybe-
listening to it
maybe-
later, and you
maybe-
want to tell them hi now.
That's a good point.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, Danny Nelson.
Cool.
Hopefully, listening, watching. Danny Nelson and Danny Nelson's mom are huge fans of Johnny Pepper. And earlier in our broadcast, while you were running around with children and inflatable horses on sticks, there was a shout out from them about you. So,
Oh, sweet. Thank you so much.
isn't that nice?
Johnny Pepper loves everybody, even the people that don't like Johnny Pepper. I love them more.
Remember, you ever go to Johnny Rockets?
Of course I have.
Yeah.
They've got good shakes.
Yeah, get your strawberry shake at Johnny Rockets.
Oh, my God. Betray wearing the star for Yellow Rose going up against the Witch Doctor in jam number 16. Little under 11 minutes left to go. Huck was on one of those horses on skates and didn't win. Can you explain that to me?
I never.
Betray won that race just now.
I don't
and
even
is
know how you would win that race on
jumped
skates.
up on.
You shouldn't
the
ride
camera
horses on
status.
skates, Johnny.
Huck did it. And said, thank you so much, Johnny, for letting me do it. And I'm like, I wouldn't deny you the opportunity, Huck. That was really, really fun. Thank you, Cody Gill and the Cody Gill Band for sponsoring the announcer thing and buying our inflatable stick ponies. B-Trey's going to go ahead and call it off. Picking up 4 points on that jam in jam number 16. 180 to 74. 10 minutes left to go in the contest.
I've been reminded the shout out that I should have shouted out from the very beginning when you asked for that, Johnny. Shout out to Bernie and Cleo, the coolest dog and cat combination that
Sweet.
you could imagine.
Sweet.
Quick lead jammer takeover by Violet Viking. Right off the whistle, tons of space to skate through.
Viking just getting better and better and better.
Viking reverse score. Backwards skate and passing the hip for the 4th point on that.
Guess what I found?
I bet you found the Jamie K sponsor read.
You love me so much. And you know me so well.
I know the Vikings already got 8 on the board so far.
That's cool.
Multiplayer block's been called. Looks like somebody's going to the box from Yellow Rose. That was Dr. Hustle. Hustled their way to the penalty box for a multiplayer block. Wow, a 12th point administered to the scoreboard by Yellow Rose Roller Derby All-Stars.
Nice. Beetle Bruce now the jammer record for Rocktown. You know, my theory about that is every time you pass a star, generally 4 whistles follow right behind.
Absolutely.
13 points to Yellow Rose on that jam, though, bringing their total up to 87.
That was the highest scoring jam for Yellow Rose Roller Derby All-Stars in this game.
Sweet. Way to go, Viking. And Viking told me to tell everybody to get better, Viking, and you can't because you are better, Viking. Johnny Pepper says so, and I believe in you. Mostly Harmless wearing the star for Yellow Rose going up against Block Lobster.
Block Lobster with a little chip shot knockoff.
Played a little defense, too.
I mean, Block Lobster is the name, starting with blocking, ending with jamming.
Absolutely. Doing the things.
The Lobster lead jammer.
Getting some love out there.
Whistle blows. Somebody got a penalty trying to peep through the window. Can't see through, but I do see that Block Lobster put 4 on the board for Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds looking to get their lead back over 100.
Mostly Harmon's having a seat in the penalty box.
Oh, it's a power jam.
It is a power jam.
Well, there's 4 more points on the board during this power jam there by Block Lobster. We're inside of 7 minutes now, Johnny, and Rocktown has extended their lead back up over 100.
Block Lobster with that stylish call off. Taking those 8 points and going back to the bench to take a little break from that awesome jamming stuff. 188-87.
It's really important from a coaching perspective. He's got just a few minutes, a handful, if you will, left in the contest. It's pretty much decided from a competition's perspective. Now you got to decide what you're going to work on.
Absolutely.
Where are you going to get better?
And there's no quit in those Yellow Rose Roller Derby.
So right now you got situational roller derby. You're down. It's a power jam. It's a power start.
Allie jumps out front, grabs lead jammer status, crossing turn 1. Mostly Harmless out of the box into the fray, gets through untouched on the inside.
Oh,
Allie
that was sick.
Beautiful backwards lap almost.
Yep. Cranking the backward skating with speed and then getting cut off only to jump to the toe stops and come back to the inside. That is excellent jammer skating right there.
That's some jammer artistry right there, my brother. Brought to you by Urban Apothecary. Thank you so much.
Urban Apothecary sponsored that move.
Absolutely.
By Block Lobster.
That was a sweet move. Just like those sweet moves that Blue will put down on you if you ever get a massage by Blue Jiu-Jitsu.
Betray you on the jam line now for Yellow Rose Roller Derby taking on Jet.
Jam number 20.
Jet is all capital letters, J-E-T. I'm excited when somebody is going to go with all caps for their name. Jet blowing kisses to the fans once again as lead jammer.
Jet's fan club is growing in numbers over here, just so you'll know.
Keep getting lead jammer every time you're out there, you're going to have a huge fan club. That's
Absolutely.
That's how popularity works.
I'm in the Jet fan club too now, you know.
You're in proximity and in
Absolutely.
feeling. There goes Jet through for another 4. Looking for instructions from the team. That's the call-off sign.
Trying to kill the most amount of seconds before the call-off. Rocktown looking to field that second bucket up, standing at 196-87 with 4:30 left to go in the contest.
Block Lobster back on the track. Violent Viking is going to be the competition from the jam line.
Both jammers
Viking
try to
just
go to the
violently
middle.
explodes through the middle and crushes lead jammer.
Nice.
Block's already trying to get that helmet cover passed off. Quick stretch out, and now it's in the hands of Get Your Some.
Absolutely. Get Your Some taking a break from that awesome defense to wear the star.
Violent Viking now going up against Block Lobster, trying to get all 4 points on this pass.
I think we all need to put our thoughts together and manifest the bullet jam for somebody out there in the chat.
I don't like to manifest a lot of things while I'm calling, just because sometimes I might manifest the wrong thing, like tomatoes or something. I don't want tomatoes.
No. I wouldn't mind a plate of tomatoes right now, to be honest. I'm a little peaked. I got to get me something to eat. Which will happen in about 6 minutes. Oh, jam number 21 in the books.
200 points.
That is 200 points.
Put up on the board by Rocktown Roller Derby in a fine contest here today against Yellow Rose. We're inside of 3 minutes now. We got 22 jams about to take place.
2 full buckets with none left over.
A single.
Yellow Rose looking to fill their first.
Witch Doctor taking on Mostly Harmless. Mostly Harmless lead jammer. Woo! Witch Doctor getting recycled back to the jam line. Mostly Harmless coming in hot, getting ready to approach the pack here. Looking for space on the outside. Hey, star pass happened when none of us were looking.
Teach her a lesson now. Teach her a lesson, 1, 2, 3. I wonder what kind of teacher her a lesson is. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know. Math?
I would say so, and I would say towards the younger kids.
Who knows? I took.
That's just wildly speculative.
I took basic math in high school. I didn't even take algebra. So.
Well, I was an electrician, so I had to go all the way through the math.
I bet you know some trigonometry.
I do know some trigonometry. Well, I know how to look at the tables and look stuff up. You really don't do anything, but
you could show me trigonometry and then ask me if this is trigonometry, and I wouldn't know the answer.
It's all about triangles anyway. Going into jam number 23, beats Ray. You're wearing the star for Yellow Rose. Allie wearing the star for Rocktown. Rocktown with 204 points, 94 with Yellow Rose. Allie grabbing lead jammer status.
Heck of a step over the apex. Real nice footwork. Allie just been laying it down all day from the jammer position for Rocktown.
Betray coming up on a scoring pass as I speak. Allie puts 4 points up on the board. Betray tries to go around the outside, but takes a derby kiss from 87, which is Panama crack. Also, Frizz Fatal playing some awesome defense out there for Rocktown. Thank you so much.
4 points on the board there for Betray You, while Allie collects the 8th point of the jam for Rocktown. Taps the hips and decides to call it off. We are inside of a minute now. That could have been the last jam.
No, we're going to have time for one more.
All right.
And while we're waiting for that, I want to talk about Jamie K Creative. Thanks for being a Clover Cup 2025 sponsor, owed by Valhalla's own Lady Tally. Jamie K Creative brings bold, dynamic designs to life, from branding and print design to websites, digital graphics, and packaging. Thank you, Jamie K Creative.
Nice job. That's the way to come through at the end. Everyone on stream was waiting for us to describe what Jamie K Creative was all about, and now we have accomplished
what
our
they're
goal.
waiting for us to talk about is Block a Lobster wearing the star for Rocktown, and Violet Viking wearing the star one more time for Yellow Rose. Period clock has expired. Yellow Rose 2 points away from filling their first bucket, and Block Lobster has other plans and calls it off. That's your unofficial score, 212-98. I am Johnny Pepper.
I am Captain Motorboater.
And we're joined by the illustrious super producer, Flash Mob. Thank you so much, my brother.
I bet you, Flash, you've never been called illustrious so many times in your entire life.
No, it's a nice feeling.
Nobody like Johnny Pepper brings the nice feelings
I want to thank everybody watching in YouTube land. Thank you so much. We tried to manifest a bullet jam for you, but Trip, we couldn't do it. So sorry. Girlfriend, teach her a lesson. It's an elementary school principal.
Nice.
Sweet.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Well, congratulations to all the skaters from Rocktown Roller Derby. The Diamonds were excellent. Yellow Rose, thank you for coming out and doing a great job. My good friends and roller derby people out in YouTube land, thank you for sitting in with us. Stick around. We have one more amazing competition.
This is my last call of the day, so Johnny Pepper wishing you peace, love, and roller derby.
I'm tired as hell, but this is
Go back up. Nobody here knows enough to touch anything outside of us. So we have to leave.
No, but I said I'll see you tomorrow.
What?
That was fine. Good job, Johnny Peppy Peps. I wish I had been a little closer. Gotta have it.
MVPs don't go too far. For Rocktown Roller Derby, your victors, your MVP jammer is going to be number 52, Rick Boxer. Your MVP blocker, which is a word I still can't say, apparently, is going to be number 803, Get You Some. And your MVP pivot is going to be number 123, who is also a principal in real life, Teach Her a Lesson. Yellow Rose's MVPs, your MVP jammer is going to be number 42, Mostly Artless. Your MVP blocker is going to be number 120. Oh goodness, I got that one. Give me 1 second on that. Your MVP pivot is going to be number 127, Fire Viking. Your MVP blocker is going to be number 131, that is ABS Podcast. If you heard your name, please come over to the announcers table so that you can follow the stars. We will see you next time Rocky Mountain. This is Texas Roller Girls. I have been Nikki Trina Savvy. My producer was Clover Cup, and my co-announcer was
Rich Mahogany.
We'll see you next time. Bye.
Michael.
Who's producing? You want to adjust your board to your,
I'm comfortable with the Coleman. If you want to do it, I'll do it.
like coming back to me over there? So like, I don't know.
I didn't. When I was up here earlier, I didn't mess with it. Whatever's comfortable for you. I'm comfortable up here.
Yay!
I know all of Texas is word except for Speedo. And I gotta pull up Rock. I think Rock is all shooter too.
.46 p.m. Please tell me you're kidding. That's just, I know, but that's it.
Rocky.
Okay, I think this one is the least sensitive one. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know how the voice is gonna carry.
I used this one last time and it worked fine.
I used that one last time.
Unless Cody, I picked something I don't know.
Okay.
It worked fine for me yesterday. When I produced earlier. So everything I've heard today on stream, both mics have sounded great all day. Cody finally got it in there.
Tell me you're a parent without telling me you're a parent.
Half of my work notebook I
Yes.
use this other, filled with
Yes.
pilots for this.
Stickers, scribble.
So, I've already done the chainsaw once today, so you know
Goes by Grit, G-R-I-T, that's her old name.
Grit?
Grit, Grit. Really Dale?
Wait.
Her new name is Grit.
For Rocky or Texas?
99 Texas.
Just in time, my friend.
you're going to go ahead and come in at 2.
Hello, citizens of Planet Roller Derby. Welcome back to Clover Cup 2025 here in the lovely NYTEX Sports Center in North Ridgeland Hills, Texas, a suburb of Dallas.
Hi there, G.I. Joe. How you doing there? He's relaxing. Had a good game earlier with the host Lee Dallas Derby Devils, so they're going to relax and watch our final game here in day number 2 of Clover Cup 2025, where we have the Rocky Mountain Roller Derby taking on the Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws.
By the way, I'm Scarlett O'Hurtia.
By the way, I'm still PR Armageddon.
And with us is Huck on the producer side. So let's go ahead and introduce you to our teams. Again, as PR mentioned, this is Rocky Mountain Roller Derby versus the Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws, their B team. This is game 8. The winner of this game will go on to play game 9, taking place tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So, PR, why don't you introduce us to Rocky?
I will. Rocky Mountain Roller Derby's 55280 Fight Club. Number 1 is Pink Flamingo. 11 is Oive Maria. 1337 Jackie Lope. 26 is McQuazda Be Blazin', sorry. Number 3 is Zoom Bayou. 31 is Fiona Grapple. Number 4 is Sweet Cyanide. 617 Harper Bazaar. 626 Lilo and Stitches. 7 Hannah Smash Tana. 71 is Tchaikovsky. 90 is Wee Bonnie Bruiser. 91 is Abena. 96 is Out of Bondage. And the number 99 is Make You Pay. They are coached by Killer Copperhead, Shams Bond, Lee, and Ruth Slater Ginsburg.
And wearing white today, we have the Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws, the B team. 007 Hot Pepper, 050 Bad Juju, 101 Kellerella DeVille, 111 Psycho Sam, 12 Mila Gritos, 19 Smart Alex, 2113 Delirium Trigger, 237 Blue Jay, 3 Speedo, 337 Meg Riot, 48 Spread Eagle, 76 Liberty Bell Ringer, 82 Marizi Livin', 826 Metallica Breath, and 99 Grit.
And we are off and rolling with it. Well, probably were. We're getting lined up. I got ahead of myself there. Jam 1, here we go. Pink Flamingo with the star for Rocky Mountain. Texas has Speedo from the Jan line. And it looks like Pink Flamingo working in front of that pack, trying to get around the last blocker for the Chainsaws. Does so. Lee Jammer does go to Pink Flamingo. And Speedo working to the inside, trying to find a way around the Rocky defense, knocked to the outside, and a scoring pass now for Pink Flamingo, able to shed all the blockers, escape with the 4-point pass.
Now, Speedo was the game clincher for the Texies' previous win, and making no small movement here and to start this game as well, but Pink Flamingo is your lead jammer and has grabbed 8 points so far. Speedo still trying to get through on that first scoring pass.
Pink Flamingo to the front, leaps through the inside. Another completed scoring pass. Now a 12-point jam as we go for Rocky Mountain. And Flamingo again trying to edge around the outside, inside, but Texas trying to lock that wall in front. Meanwhile, in the back of the field, Speedo working to get up there to the Rocky wall and engages. Another scoring pass now. Big jam so far to lead us off here for Pink Flamingo. 16 points and counting.
Speedo getting past that last Rocky blocker and is now through with 4 points on the board. However, Pink Flamingo times 4 on the points thus far.
And that jam is over.
These two teams pretty evenly matched coming into today's game. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws coming in at 56. Rocky Mountain at 51.
But a big leading jam to start off for Rocky Mountain. 20-point jam. Chainsaws come away with 4. And we're going to line up and get ready here for jam number 2.
Well, and both of these teams not coming in with fresh legs. Both of them have already played once today. So this is a matter of endurance. And on the penalty board, we have 2 players apiece that have obtained a penalty. We have Rocky Mountain sending out Fiona Grapple, who is your lead jammer currently, and Spread Eagle jamming for the Texas Roller Girls. Now through the pack, straight up the middle between lane 2 and 3.
Action moving at the pivot line. And Skating around and picking up the 4-point pass there is Fiona Grapple.
Spread Eagle not far behind.
Spread Eagle had a really good game earlier on today here for the Chainsaws. Of course, Fiona Grapple has been a strong jammer as well for Rocky.
Spread Eagle shoved to the infield there by a 3-wall of Rocky blockers. Rocky tries to get through on the outside. That's Fiona Grapple. Now facing that 3-wall of Texies, driven by number 826 Metallica Breath.
And Spread Eagle able to escape to the inside, picks up the 4 points.
Fiona Grapple gets an offensive assist there from a waterfall of her blockers.
And that jam comes to an end. Looks like 4 more points rung up at the end of that for Rocky. 8-point jam for them now gives them 28. Chainsaws still at 8 after a 4-point jam. So still pretty close here early on. Only heading into jam number 3 here of our first period.
Thanks everybody who's commenting to us in the chat and hanging out here with us on the Dallas Derby Devils YouTube stream for this free stream of Clover Cup action.
Yes.
We have Harper Bazaar jamming for Rocky Mountain and Meg Riot jamming for Texas. Again, Texas in the white, Rocky in the black. Beautiful hit there by number 11, Oive Maria. And Rocky is through. Harper Bazaar grabs lead jammer status once again for Rocky.
Meg Riot just finding no way around. As I say that,
Announcer's curse. Announcer's curse.
Meg Riot goes to the outside
Wide
to complete the
open
initial
space.
pass. Like Meg heard me for a second there. Take the earpiece out and focus on the game. Jam comes to an end. Let's see about the points rung up here. 3 points for Rocky and 2 for Texas.
We are heading into jam number 4, and so far Texas has not obtained lead jammer status, however managed to put 10 points on the board. Score is currently 31-10, 25 minutes left in the first half.
Thank one of our great sponsors, Rose the Hair Ninja, offering a fun booth at Clover Cup where you can sparkle and shine with tooth gems, hair tinsel, and temporary freckle tattoos. Come on by if you're in the Vendor Village, say in the arena in the Vendor Village, and check out our friend Rose the Hair Ninja.
Back to the action on the track. We have Pink Flamingo, excuse me, who is your lead jammer. Not far behind was Mila Gritos.
And both jammers have escaped the pack, scoring eligible. And Pink Flamingo trying to get through there on the inside, but got sucked back into the pack. Meanwhile, Mila Gritos to the inside as everybody comes back together.
Braided pack. No real clear defensive formation. Texas anchoring in the back, now doing that braced 3-wall. They let the pivot from Rocky sneak on past. Both jammers with 4 points apiece thus far.
Pack coming into turn number 3. Now is Mila Gritos looking for some points. Oh, whistle blows in the pack. A back block penalty going to be assessed to Mila Gritos. So a power jam, I believe the first power jam of our game.
Correct.
Now going to go to Rocky. And they will immediately, of course, call the jam off. That will force us into a power start in favor of Rocky. 8-point jam for them gives them 39. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws 4-point jam gives them 14. Just under 24 minutes, so still a whole lot of time left in this game.
We hope y'all have had as much fun watching the stream this weekend as we have had watching it here live in person. Both of these teams have had some heart attack games so far in this tournament. And now on a power start, it is Fiona Grapple sneaking by on that inside lane. Beautiful offensive assist there by Rocky. And she is your lead jammer. Mila Gritos still in the penalty box for that back blocking penalty obtained in jam number 4.
Pack still has not moved from the jam, almost pivot line area now, as Fiona Grapple working at the front. Chainsaws trying to wall up there to get a little bit of pushback on Fiona Grapple. Great bracing in the front of that wall for the Chainsaws.
Nice penalty kill there by Texas. 0 points on the board so far for Fiona Grapple, as Mila Gritos is now back into the action. Trying to push through on that inside, but Rocky making their own little mountain at lane 1 as Mila has the helmet cover in hand. And Tchaikovsky being sent to the penalty box for a forearm penalty.
Yes. And through the pack, both jammers had gotten out, but the jam is going to end there. 4 points picked up by Rocky, extending that lead now 43-14. Remind everybody, this is the final game of day 2 here at Clover Cup. We are prepping ourselves for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Sparkle Sunday.
Sparkle.
And we'll start the day tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Dallas Derby Devils Battalion of Doom versus Yellow Rose, who you just saw play. And now we're going to get back to the action for this game. We have Sweet Cyanide jamming against Speedo.
Sweet Cyanide got pulled to the outside. Speedo was able to get through first, but unfortunately not without penalty. I believe that was a... Oh, and jam is going to get called before we were able to see what the signal was. Let's see. Speedo.
Cutting the track.
Track cut. There's a track cut call, I believe, on Speedo.
Yeah.
So Speedo will start this jam in the penalty box. Power start for Rocky Mountain.
That's their second power start, I believe. And Texas still has yet to get lead jammer as we head into jam number 7. 43-14, 21 minutes left in the first half. We have, we're short a blocker each team in the box.
Sweet Cyanide with the star for Rocky on the power start. Quickly jumps out to get lead.
Even before turn 1.
Pack still awaiting there. Cyanide working back toward the back of the pack.
Beautiful offensive assist there by Chykilski. And then Texas regrouping as the 3-wall. They let her go.
Able to get through for the 4 points. Again, both teams starting to wall up a little bit. Chykilski trying to play a little bit of wall buster.
Sweet Cyanide with 4 points on that first scoring pass. No pack is declared, but Rocky closes that gap. Speedo tries to come out of nowhere and blast through, but is forced to recycle by number 7, Hannah Smashtana.
Both jammers back into it now. Speedo working the outside in turn number 2, able to escape the initial pass. Meanwhile, Sweet Cyanide
Contemplating whether or not to call it off as Speedo approaches the pack. And now they're just saying, run, go fast.
until that point. Then we're going to say, now we're done.
Well, and Speedo is a pretty jukey jammer.
Yes.
Has a speed skating background, and therefore, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. Juking and that lateral movement is a strength. However, that straight up power push through, not their style.
We're going to set up here for jam number 8. I see Pink Flamingo with the star for Rocky Mountain, and that is going to be Meg Riot jamming for Texas.
51-14 as we are in jam number 9.
And Meg Riot trying to go to the outside after the inside lane was shut down. Meanwhile, Pink Flamingo finding that inside line in the front of the pack and does break through to pick up lead.
So Rocky Mountain 100% on lead jammer status thus far, and Texas has not scored since jam number 4. Let's see if Meg Riot can help break that scoreless streak.
Pink Flamingo trying to keep points on the board for Rocky. Another pass through for 4 points. Meg Riot still just waiting to have this accomplished there. Meg Riot waiting to get out of that penalty box.
Interesting how Chykilski seems to be the designated offensive bulldozer that has been, I mean, we've seen several teams that have really locked up on that 3-4 wall and have left their jammers to fend for themselves. Rocky knows what works for their jammers, and apparently it's Chykilski clearing a path.
There to play wall buster. But Pink Flamingo able to escape on the outside, picks up the 4 points and calls it.
Total of 12 on the jam for Rocky Mountain. That's going to widen that point spread 63-14. We have a timeout called on the track, I believe, by Texas.
That will freeze our game clock with 18 minutes and 17 seconds, and it will allow me to talk to y'all about Finn's Place. Finn's Place is a community center located in Fort Worth, Texas, focused on serving the transgender and gender-expansive community through DFW. Finn's Place provides space for individuals to gather with others who have similar interests through activities like self-defense classes, crafting circles, and tabletop gaming groups. Finn's Place supports the growth of the transgender community through providing information about relevant resources and assistance overcoming barriers to care. Finally, Finn's Place allows transgender and gender-expansive individuals to flourish by supporting their work through free rentals for events, from weddings to birthdays and more. Come on by and check out the community here at Finn's Place.
So that was we've seen 3 power jams in favor of Rocky thus far, and want to give a shout out to everyone that is saying hi in the chat. See lots of people talking about, we have cheering on Rocky Mountain from 34,000 feet by Christian Kroner. Ooh, Harper coming off an ankle break, and you'd never know it.
No, you would
Fun
never
fact.
know that. That's awesome.
See lots of people cheering on Rocky. Wonder where our Texie people are in the chats.
Yeah, come on, Texas. Let's represent in the chat.
Fiona Grapple representing Rocky, and Speedo donning the star once again for Texas.
Speedo getting hung up in the front. They're set up by the Rocky defense. Going to get escorted to the outfield, but able to continue.
Fiona Grapple, your lead jammer, once again maintaining that 100% lead jammer status. However, Speedo able to break through, and I believe this is the first time Speedo has made it through to a scoring pass. No, I'm wrong.
No, because Speedo.
Just joking. First jam. Out of the gate. Got it.
Yeah,
But
it's 3-0 jam there, so Speedo actually didn't come up with anything on that one. 3-0 jam in favor of Rocky.
But got out of the pack, which, I mean, Rocky's defense has really been shutting down these Texas jammers, so
to be able to escape that pack at all, to be able to consider scoring, has been kind of a task against this Rocky defense.
okay. Rocky is sure making a mountain out of this molehill. Nation. Back to Spread Eagle, who is your lead jammer for Texas.
Yeah.
The first time so far in this game. Harper Bazaar, your jammer for Rocky, as Spread Eagle breaking that streak with 4 points on that first scoring pass.
The pack, Harper Bazaar finally making that initial pass, but Spread Eagle working in the front. Going to get knocked out, but able to continue through the pack, picking up the 4 points, and then called a stoppage, I believe. Maybe it was a call. It was a stoppage, I believe, possible injury. No, everybody's back up and good. We're okay. Everybody's back up.
That breaks a 6-jam scoreless streak for Texas. Spread Eagle coming out with 8 points, and that can really shift the momentum.
That could be a momentum builder there. Just kind of swing it back to their direction. Let's see how they handle it coming into this next jam. Pink Flamingo has the star for Rocky, but then Speedo back out there again for Texas.
I think they coordinate that. I'm going to go. Are you going to go? Well, now Pink Flamingo.
One of us has to go.
Well, now Flamingo's going to the penalty box. So this is a power jam for Speedo. Uses that opportunity, sneaks through on that inside line, and Speedo is your lead jammer for Texas.
It was a forearm call on Pink Flamingo. So Speedo now as lead jammer going to the pack in the outside corner.
Beautiful.
Yes.
What is happening?
Like we said, sometimes it takes a little kick of momentum right here, and Speedo trying to ride that wave. Picking up 4 points, looking for some more on the inside, hop a little bit in the apex. Another 4-point pass.
That was so interesting because the entire pack was at the outside of turn 2, and then in one fell swoop, half of the Texas blockers held back Rocky. I don't know what's happening here.
The ultimate rule if you're a jammer basically is go with or not.
Yeah, most of the
go
time.
Go with or not. They were all on the outside, so Speedo's, I'm going to go on the inside.
Well, Speedo has grabbed 12 points thus far.
Pink Flamingo is back in there picking up points as well. 4-point pass there for Rocky. As the pack in turn 2, Speedo inside taking a bump to the outfield. Going to go ahead and call it.
Calls it from the ground.
Let's see. Any more points picked up there for Speedo? 2 more.
2 more for Speedo, 3 more for Rocky, total of 7.
14-point jam for Texas.
2-1 ratio on the points, not too terribly bad. We got less than 15 minutes left in the first half. We're heading into jam number 12. I am digging the Christmas pajamas on Rocky's sideline.
Yes.
I believe they light up.
Oh, I got to see that.
Which is kind of impressive.
That's very impressive.
That was the largest Texas Roller Girls jam thus far in the game.
Wow, they got to keep building on that right now with Meg Riot jamming for the Chainsaws. Fiona Grapple wearing the star for Rocky.
Pushing against that brace 2 wall.
Oh, big contact in turn number 1. And Meg Riot quickly back up and skating down going to the outside, furiously through the outside of that pack. Going to pick up lead for Texas.
Okay, so most of the games that I've called thus far, turn 1 seems to be where most of the action is happening. Turn 2 is the game changer right here.
Right now, yeah. Meg Riot got on a scoring pass, goes to the outside, pirouettes to the outfield.
That is the 3rd lead in a row for Texas.
Again, so that momentum starting to build.
What switch flipped?
Somebody said something, and all of a sudden Texas is like, we're going to go run with this thing. 4 points were picked up there by Fiona Grapple on the scoring pass, and the jam will be called at that point.
All right, now I see some Texas people showing up in the chat.
Hey, y'all.
Jammer on jammer violence, yes, says Amelie Constant.
So 4-point jam there for Rocky. They have 81 now. Chainsaws on a 3-point jam with 39. But again, momentum still really right now kind of in the Chainsaw's
Maybe
favor.
we're just waking up a little bit. Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams did play earlier. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to kind of get back up after kind of a longer delay. I mean, Rocky played first game today, so they've had a longer break in between games than the Chainsaws have.
Happen to know Chykilski got a nap.
Insider knowledge there.
Insider
Team
knowledge.
announcer. Because, of course, if you didn't know, Chykilski is team announcer as
She
well as
is.
Rocky. So
we have a team timeout on the track.
and that will give me a chance to talk to y'all about Crank Dat Designs. Derby meets creativity with Crank Dat Designs, a skater-owned business bringing you custom vinyl pressed crops, shirts, and more. Inspired by a love of roller derby and crafting, Crank Dat Designs helps you to show off your derby pride with a one-of-a-kind apparel.
And Crank Dat was a stellar blocker in the Dallas game a little earlier. And I bought some earrings and some lapel pins from
Crank
her
is
earlier.
An amazingly talented skater out there, a pivot, a blocker, takes the star sometimes too.
And creator.
And very, very ingenuitive creator as well. So check out Crank Dat Designs. But now back to action here. We have Sweet Cyanide jamming for Rocky Mountain, and Miliglitos is the jammer for Texas.
Looks like Cyanide threw on that inside lane with a diagonal and is your lead jammer. Star pass has been executed. However, cap has not been applied to helmet. Psycho Sam taking over scoring duties for Texas, but being recycled back into the straightaway.
Psycho Sam, a very adept pivot who takes the star quite often. When they played earlier today, Psycho Sam took a ton of star passes and does it quite frequently there for the Chainsaw. So once again, leaning on that very talented pivot to try to get some points on the board here.
Well, no problem here for the Texas defense creating this block for Sweet Cyanide to run up against. Now the pivot for Rocky falling back to provide some offensive assistance, in addition to pulling back Psycho Sam on that drawback after being pushed out of bounds. So Sweet Cyanide racks up another 4, total of 8 points on the jam thus far. And Psycho Sam now through on that first initial pass.
Now I can start scoring, and Sweet Cyanide looking for some more points, but seeing a Psycho Sam pop up, gonna go ahead and call it off.
So 50-point spread between these two teams as we head into jam number 14 here. What a game so far.
Ooh, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, score is what it is, but like you say, it's still early in this game. The momentum, Texas had a good bit of momentum there for a second. Let's see if they can kind of get that back a little bit here, rolling into this next jam.
So Anna Lacey says, is that PR I hear?
That is. Hi, Trash. How you doing? How you doing?
Jams in the jammies, says Jamie Levitt.
Off we roll here. Pink Flamingo with the start for Rocky. Spread Eagle is the jammer for Texas, but Pink Flamingo out front and lead.
Star stash for Spread with some nice toe stop work on that straightaway.
I love good toe stop work, and that was perfect there by Spread Eagle.
Flamingo is so tall and has such long legs, I feel like takes 3 steps and then is all the way around the track.
Both jammers now re-engaging with the pack at the pivot line. Pink Flamingo trying to sled forward on that chainsaw wall.
Oh, we've got a blocker from Rocky heading to the box. I believe that is someone whose number I didn't see, but we will update you in a minute.
We are high up here.
Pink Flamingo getting through for another scoring pass, total of 12 on the jam so far. Spread Eagle still held scoreless as we head into the second minute of the jam. Spread Eagle now through and grabbing 4 points on that scoring pass. Rocky has passed the century mark.
Spread Eagle almost got back to the pack, but the jam is going to come to an end. We'll see the points. 15-point jam.
They keep changing on us.
I need to wait a second and just stop talking until they actually add the points up. 15-point jam for Rocky, puts him over the century mark at 104. Texas at 43. It looks like an official review has been called by Rocky.
It has indeed. So this is a great time for us to introduce you to our officials, both skating and non.
Let's do that.
Our skating officials: Rough Draft, Dread Hochuli, Ninja, Tiny Tanium, Nitro G, Pika, Ice Queen, and Laddie.
And the non-skating officials headed by the doctor, joined by Bella Fights, Mr. Nitro, Cinnamon, MD, Dr. Math, Orville Rec, Night Trotter, and Wolverine.
Sweet facial hair.
Yes.
Wolverine is-
Wolvie is he's one of our head NSOs at Y'all Stars, too, and he's an amazing official. Glad to have him here as one of the head NSOs for Clover Cup this year.
I see a lot of people with just single shouts in the chat for just an individual person.
Hi, person. Yay, person. Go, person. And look at those awesome skates. Because, I mean, shoe cam also can refer to skate boots as well.
So Holly Corbin says, Otto in the orange helmet, see her for all your insect fact needs. I was wondering if there was
wondering about that.
Audubon, yeah?
I was wondering who I can go look for my insect knowledge needs. I know.
You have a preschooler, so insect facts are helpful.
I do, and my kid loves bugs too, which is kind of weird for her because you wouldn't think with her that she would love bugs. But you know what? It's cool. I'm down with it.
We're back to the action on the track. I'm down for what's happening on this track. We have Fiona Grapple facing off against Speedo.
Some tight wall work at the front there by Rocky. Speedo leaning into that wall. A little more frantic in the back for the chainsaws, but still effective on Fiona.
Speedo definitely looking for a little offensive assistance, but if they're going to hold back Grapple, they can't spare it. Oh, beautiful recycle there.
Grapple just banging in the front of that wall, trying to bust through. But once again, chainsaws lining it up. They're about to run out of real estate, and they do. Lee Jammer goes to go to Fiona Grapple.
Okay, Speedo having to regroup into this straightaway, comes up against that box formation and decides to go on the defensive, trying to hold back Grapple. Grapple with a duck at turn 1, gets through for 4 points.
Yeah, Pack's still hanging around the pivot line.
They're stalking Speedo like sharks.
They are.
Looks like we have a cutting the track penalty being called on
Speedo. Power jam now for Rocky Mountain.
And had not handed off, Speedo had not handed off the helmet cover yet. So
Will sit as a jammer, yes. Yep. Power jam now for Fiona Grapple and Rocky Mountain. Grapple going to the inside. Trying to just break through, getting some good from the blockers there to free her up, and in the inside does complete the scoring pass, then immediately calls it. That will free Speedo in the penalty box. Power start coming into jam number 16 there for Rocky Mountain. 112-43. If you're just joining us, we are at the 9-minute mark in period 1. This is the final game of day 2 in the Clover Cup. Quarterfinal game between these two teams. Rocky Mountain Roller Derbies. 5280 Fight Club and Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws. Texas in the white and with black pants, and Rocky in the black with red and white accents. Lee Jammer quickly up there through for Rocky Mountain. That is Harper Bazaar on the power start. And Harper Bazaar back up to the pack now, looking for some more points. Goes around the outside, going to get escorted to the outfield, going to reset back at the jam line. Speedo now, of course, joining back in as well after escaping the penalty box time.
Escaped from the penalty box. Sounds like a bad B movie.
Speedo was let out of the penalty box. Escaping was saying a lot.
Multiplayer block penalty being assessed to...
It's hot pepper, I believe, for the chainsaws.
Correct. Yep. Very kind of discombobulated defense, quite frankly, right now. But Speedo trying to get through with a star stash, does not have the star on helmet.
Meanwhile, though, Harper Bazaar working on the inside does clear for 4 points.
And Rocky doing a really good job of, now that they saw that pivot cover, the jammer cover in Speedo's hand, they were really trapping their pivot, trying to keep them apart.
Spread Eagle now takes over as the jammer, but jam will be called before anything could be made out of it. And let's see about any additional points. I see 8 points on the board right now for Rocky, giving them 120. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws, 43. We'll leave us 7.5 minutes left in our first period.
We're in jam. We're heading into jam number 17. 120-43.
Looks like we have. I see Pink Flamingo wearing that star once again for Rocky. Meg Riot will jam for the chainsaws.
4-3 pack advantage for Rocky, and they definitely use that. Pink Flamingo out of the pack and is your lead jammer. Meg Riot now through the pack and eligible to score points.
Pink Flamingo immediately meets up with the chainsaw wall in the front, but now Rocky doing a great job of jumping forward, trying to anticipate a little bit The one helped the jammer out, and two anticipate Meg Riot. But now everybody getting those walls set up. And Pink Flamingo working, trying to set through that wall. But great job by Meg Riot in the back to shed the blockers and skate through on the outside lane.
Yeah, I was going to say escapes the tripod and
Wow.
snuck right past.
Made that initial, I mean that 4-point pass, I'm sorry. So both jammers now through for 4 points. And Meg Riot re-engages in the front against the Rocky.
How?
That's Pink Flamingo.
How?
Wow.
Flamingo with
Yeah.
that just slight turn, like 90-degree turn, essentially sneaks by out
Yeah.
lane 4, untouched.
Both jammers did escape to 4 more points, 8 points per jammer as we're going here. Flamingo going to add to that total, just dance to the inside line and pick up another 4 points.
You can't give Flamingo an inch of space on that inside, on
She
either
will take it
line.
and just go. Meg Ryan getting tangled up a little bit in the back there by the Rocky defense. Meanwhile, Flamingo through again for another 4-point pass. Now a 16-point jam and counting for Rocky.
That was good track awareness by Flamingo, knowing that had clearance in order to get past. Flamingo coming up against that 3-wall of Texas blockers, picking them off one by one, does get shoved out of bounds and forced to recycle, therefore calling off the jam, decides to call it quits after a total of 19 points. Texas, however, pulling 11 as well, so net 8-point gain for Texas. That is the highest jam of the game since Jam 1, where we had 20 points to kick things off.
So that will give us a score now of Rocky Mountain 139, Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws 54, jam number 18 lining up and ready to go.
So that 20-point jam was also by Flamingo, so she definitely the top point scorer right now, I would argue.
I think I'd have to agree with you on that one.
Check out on the outside right here, Spread Eagle is your lead jammer for Texas. Fiona Grapple, I almost sounded like I was from up north, Fiona Grapple. Still trying to get through. Beautiful little hop there. Calls it off.
Calls off from the infield. Let's see about the points picking up. Looks like nothing. And 3 points picked up for the Chainsaws. Closing in on 4 minutes left to go in our first period. Heading into jam number 19. And we are, our jammer matchup will be Speedo with the star for Houston. For the Chainsaws.
That was a long time ago.
I know, right? I'm old. And Sweet Cyanide wearing a star for Rocky Mountain.
So this is actually a pack I've been wanting to talk about because I'm
let's do
excited.
that,
So PR mentioned Houston. Speedo, of course, started with Houston Roller Derby, is now playing with Texas. And Tchaikovsky also used to play for Houston. They were teammates once upon a time. So apparently they've already been eyeballing each other. That little exchange right there was so great. Tchaikovsky just side-eyed Speedo, and Speedo went, whoop.
So that was a 2-0 jam in favor of Rocky. So 141-57 is their score. Heading into 3 minutes to go. Talk about our friends at Jamie K Creative for being a Clover Cup sponsor in 2025. Owned by y'all Holla's very own Lily Talley. Jamie K Creative brings bold, dynamic designs to life, from branding and print design to websites, digital graphics, and packaging. They do it all with style and precision. Looking for top-tier design work? Support a skater-owned business and check out Jamie K Creative.
So now we've got Pink Flamingo once again for Rocky and Spread Eagle jamming for Texas. Flamingo once again grabs lead jammer status, and we've got some shuffling and kerfuffling as Spread Eagle heads to the penalty box, I believe, for a cutting the track penalty.
So, and that jam's going to be coming to an end, so we will figure out that in a second what that penalty was and let you know.
Eventually.
We're
looking at our stats program to see what that was.
Low block.
Low block. Interesting.
That was the first penalty of the game for Spread Eagle.
Overall, a pretty low penalties. We have 13 for Rocky, 14 for Texas, so pretty evenly matched.
There are a couple of skaters, one for each team, who's on that four penalty mark right now.
Rocky doing a nice job of giving some lead space to Harper Bazaar as they don the star for the team in black. However, Texas countering that because right now they have the 2 blockers on the track have one job: defense, defense, defense. And now we see another Texas blocker heading to the penalty box.
And which is bad because just as one was released, the other one went in, so they didn't really gain anything on that one.
No, bad juju singing all by myself there for a minute as Harper Bazaar gets through for 4 points, those ghost points. Oh, and Sniper out of nowhere takes out Harper Bazaar. Spread Eagle, however, out of the penalty box and back into the fray, has now made initial pass.
Harper Bazaar still working through the pack there. Going to look through the inside. Takes a spin move. One blocker to beat. Does get through. Picks up the 4 points. And Spread Eagle working there at the pivot line and reset behind the pack. As Harper Bazaar leaning on that outside. Almost got away.
Beautiful takeout there by Blue Jay.
Yeah, almost got away.
Another
away
Houston
with it.
alum,
Yeah.
oddly enough.
We're just calling out the HRD
Houston,
alums.
Gotham, like
Right, yeah.
racking them up.
Yep. And back in that pack, Harper Bazaar getting stuck behind that Chainsaw's defense now as Spread Eagle working there. Oh,
Beautiful 180.
That was amazing. That was such amazing balance. I was hoping Spread Eagle just stayed up with it.
Your local bug expert there taking out Spread Eagle. I wonder if she's a bird expert too.
Oh, Spread Eagle is able to go through. 4 points picked up for the Chainsaws.
So Rocky has only been held scoreless twice. Jam 6 and Jam 18.
Harper Bazaar trying to break through for some more points. Instead, calls it off. 4 more points rung up there for Rocky. 12-point jam in total. 157 is their score. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaw 61. Taken down to what may be the end of our first half. We're going to wait to see if they might try to sneak one more in.
So jammer penalties have really been part of the story here in the first half for Texas because Rocky Mountain has only had 1 jammer penalty while Texas has had 5 jammer penalties, and I think that is definitely reflected on the scoreboard. Rocky going to close out this first half at 157, Texas at 61. We're going to go crunch a few numbers, find some fun facts for all you folks at home. Thank you everyone who is tuning in on the YouTube channel. We love seeing the chat and all your comments. Keep them coming.
Yes. Still got a whole half of Derby left to go in this game to end out our day 2 at Clover Cup 2025. We'll be back in about 14 or so minutes, and we'll give you some nice juicy stat stuff to talk about amongst yourselves.
Shoe cam turned skate cam.
Boot cam. I call it boot cam. Skate boots. And now it's knee pad cam. Okay.
we keep saying we're gonna leave, but we're still talking.
We're gonna leave now.
For real this time. For real this time.
Bye.
We'll see
come
you guys
back
in
and
a
love
bit.
that. Yeah. Are you having fun?
No, it's okay. She's like,
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to start our second half here shortly of our final game here at Day 2 of Clover Cup 2025. Our score from the first half, Rocky Mountain Roller Derbies 52-80 Club with 157. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws with 61. We're going to go over some statistical data.
Yay, data!
Yay, numbers! So I'll just lead off first with our penalty count because I can get that one quite simply looking at it. Nobody in any real, not saying not nobody. Some people were in a little bit of trouble, but nobody in serious trouble. We have one skater for Rocky with 3 penalties, and that is going to be number 7, Hannah Smash Tana. Meanwhile, also for Rocky, number 90, that is Wee Bonnie Bruiser, sitting on 4 penalties. For the Chainsaws, the only one in real penalty trouble right now would be number 007, Hot Pepper, sitting on 4 penalties. Nobody else on the Chainsaws would win 2 penalties. So, pretty clean game for the most part, penalty-wise.
Well, but okay, so you say no
It's
more
been
than 2. Like
one,
we're not.
One person with 2.
But it's still Texas has 15
overall
penalties,
yes.
and Texas has had jammer penalties, 5, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we have that number?
Rocky has had 0 jammer
Yes,
penalties.
yes.
So that No, they had one. They had one jammer penalty.
One. So yeah, but one still. One comparatively.
So in terms of performance here in the first half, overall, far and away, Flamingo ran away with the scoreboard, responsible for 85 of Rocky Mountain's 157 points. And then tied in second place, 27 points apiece, are Fiona and Harper. And then closing out the main rotation for Rocky with 100% lead jammer percentage is Cyanide with 18 points. 4 for 4 on lead jams. Now, Texas has had a little bit more trouble trying to make their jammers make a big difference. However, Speedo responsible for 18 of Texas's points. Meg responsible for 16, but Spread Eagle leading the charge with 23 of Texas's 61 points, and then Mila with 4. Texas again has struggled to grab lead jammer status, and that has between jammer penalties and lead jammer status, that has really been the game changer. So going into the second half, we're going to have to see Texas playing a little bit more solid on their defense. Curious to see how they're able to shut down those Rocky Mountain jammers, and they're going to need to provide a little bit of offensive assistance a little bit too.
I was going to say, leaning on those jammers to they're going to have to kind of find some ways to get around this Rocky defense, and get out front and get that lead jammer status quickly to give them control of that jam. Because if you want to get back in control, you're going to have to be able to control the jam. So to get back into this, getting their jammers out early and getting them out lead quickly is going to be a big factor for the Chainsaws.
So as a reminder, the winner of this game will go on to play the words are hard. Sorry, gang.
Words are hard.
They will play. They get the joy of playing tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
It is our first game of the day tomorrow, which is p.m. Central Time.
But here's our first jam of this game, or this half, I should say, starting with Meg Riot for the Texas Roller Girls out in front, your lead jammer in the white, and Harper Bazaar now out of the pack and eligible to score for Rocky, about half a track behind and closing in quick.
Both jammers escaping and moving toward the pack. Pack crawling into turn at number 4. Meg Riot to the inside. Going to quickly call it off. See about points, looks like nothing for Rocky and nothing for Texas. Starting off with the double donut jam.
Double donuts. Donuts in the sky.
It's late in the day, but donuts.
So we're going to start with a power jam on this one.
We will. Meg Riot going to start off in the penalty box. So a power jam for Rocky. They will send number 4, Sweet Cyanide, to the jam line.
And we saw that pack formation right out of the gate. Rocky beautiful offensive assist there, swooping to clear lane 1 and then answering Texas's counter by swooping to create space at lane 2 and 3. Now let's see if they can continue that pattern as Sweet Cyanide sneaks by on that inside lane. Track position is everything. It is totally number 91. I wanted to call it an amazing block I saw earlier from Abina, but I thought her jersey said 0-1 and it's 9-1. So it's Abina.
From our angle where we're at in the building, it's kind of hard to see from further distance across the track. So we're trying our best to get the numbers as best we can, as quickly as we can. But sometimes we got to do a little bit of digging to get it, but we'll get it.
So as we were making that blocker compliment, Sweet Cyanide snuck by on a second scoring pass. Total of 8 on the jam thus far, looking like trying to make it 12. Nice offensive assist there. Beautiful toe stop work in that straightaway. Meg Riot now out of the pack, trying to make it through, I believe, on initial pass.
Yes, they got escorted to the outside, going to reset back behind the pack. Escorted ever so gently.
Ma'am, we're going to need you to leave the track, please. Please pack your belongings. We're going to need
Meg
you to leave
Riot
the track.
to the inside.
Beautiful toe stop work.
Keeps it inbounds, completes the initial pass. Meanwhile, everybody else hanging out in the quarter in turn 3. Jam will be called.
They're saying hi to the announcers.
They are.
Hi, gang. How's it going?
Just wanted to give a little hi. It's been a fun day and almost 2 days now of Derby. So
15 points on that jam for Cyanide, I believe.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that is correct. So 171-61, Rocky over the Texas Chainsaws.
Thank you to everyone who is saying hi to us in the chat. Lucas Sheets, your point about Rocky tearing up the track hard. Bless the track tape angels. I concur.
Our track tape team has been amazing this weekend. They've done some great work keeping that track up.
Now we are starting this with a rare Rocky Mountain penalty for Sweet Cyanide, who is starting the jam in the penalty box due to a track cut. And Milagritos jamming for Texas, looking for an assist. Right now, Texas has one job: offense, offense, offense. Czajkilski going in for the kill.
Mila just bumping off of everybody in a Rocky uniform up there, trying to get around to the inside, now pushing that wall forward.
Bridge there by Psycho Sam.
Now Psycho Sam rolls up to help Mila Gritos get through, and does so. They pick up lead jammer for the chainsaws.
Gritos through, and we do have the pivot from Texas headed to the penalty box. Gritos through on a first scoring pass.
It was Psycho Sam as the pivot to the penalty box for the chainsaws. Jam is called, and 3 points picked up by the chainsaws will give them 64. Rocky kept off the board on that jam. They're still sitting at 171. Still a lot of time left though. 26 minutes and 9 seconds.
That was
10-3.
That was the second power jam of the game in favor of TXRG.
Wow, yeah.
That has not been the story on the other side.
No, it has not
Rocky
been.
has had a lot of power jams. 171-64. Texas did manage to put 3 points on the board during that last jam. We are heading into number 4 with Speedo and Mikwaza be blazing.
New jammer alert for the game. And Mikwaza be blazing through and lead for Rocky. Oh no, I'm sorry, 4 on penalty assessed. So a power jam now for the chainsaws. Good opportunity here for Speedo.
Texas playing short blockers as 2 are currently in the penalty box, so not an ideal situation, but Speedo manages to get past Abina at the front and grabs lead jammer status for Texas.
This is another thing too, getting these power jam opportunities, trying to maybe force some errors there for the Rocky jammers. It's a good way also to kind of help close that gap up a bit for the chainsaw. Speedo is through and picks up 4 points.
That was a nice pack formation there by Texas with that rush forward waterfall trap of the entire blocks, paying attention to what Speedo needs, and they're listening. Now, when I was talking earlier about Speedo has that speed skating background, so that quick forward movement. Oh no! Another penalty for Mikwadzibi Blazin, going back to the penalty box for a cutting the track penalty. So we're going to keep going. Speedo in control of the clock and continues a power jam for a full minute here in jam number 4.
The pack comes back to meet Speedo at the pivot line. Going to go to the outside. Going to wait for the opportunity to jump back in, and does. Once again bumped out. And going to recycle now halfway between the jam and pivot lines and try it again.
Beautiful juke there.
Yes, I saw those shoulders just move. And his body just shifted in the other direction.
Speedo with a quick 180 flip-flop back and forth. Pack getting very spread out, about 40 feet apart. Speedo opts to call it off with only a few seconds left on the jam clock. Puts 4 more on the board, total of 8 on the jam. And this will not be a power jam start.
That'll be an official review. Looks like being called by Texas. While we're waiting on that, we'd like to thank one of our great sponsors. Let's talk about, I'm going through my stuff because I have time for that. Let's talk about our friends at Concussion Roller Derby up in Lane County. We are beyond excited to welcome Concussion Roller Derby from Oregon and USA up in Lane County as a Clover Cup sponsor. Known for their grit, determination, and hard work, Concussion embodies the true spirit of roller derby. And in 2025, they'll be taking it to the next level as they host the Men's Roller Derby Association Championships, where we expect nothing less than intense, high-level competition. Huge thanks to Concussion for their support of Clover Cup, and we cannot wait to see the action they bring this derby season.
So looking at the chat, Amelia Constant calling out Czajkilski, number 71, messing everybody up. Gorgeous footwork, Pink. Lots of loving all the positive, encouraging vibes here. And what we talked about right before the break was that Mortal Wombat pointed out that auto bondage is, in fact, a bird expert as well.
So we called this,
so
right?
my joke was well timed.
For your insect or bird needs, we have somebody for that. Also want to give you're very welcome, Ash James. Thanks for keeping us in the loop, to keep you in the loop. It's what we do. It's what we're here for, to explain what's going on, to help provide a little commentary for this awesome sport of roller derby, which we love to talk about. Still waiting on that official review to come back, but we're frozen at 24:06, 171 Rocky Mountain, 72 for the Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws.
Hugh coming out of retirement to make your day sad.
Wow.
I mean, somebody's.
Oof.
So Texas has requested insubordination on the Rocky Jammer. That's what the official review was for. The no call will stand.
Yep, so we will have both jammers out there as we start a jam at number 5 of our second half. We have Harper Bazaar jamming for Rocky Mountain. Spread Eagle is the Chainsaws jammer, but Harper Bazaar quickly to the penalty box. Didn't see the signal back block call on Harper Bazaar, so a power jam for the Chainsaws, and Spread Eagle quickly out front and lead jammer. Great opportunity here to cut into that lead for the Chainsaws. As Spread Eagle working now to the outside, going to shift quickly and then almost rifle to the middle of that pack.
Well, I know these teams have black and white jerseys on, but we have black and white, different situations happening from the first half, where this is now the third power jam in a row for Texas. Didn't see much of that in the first half at all. Now, Spread Eagle grabbing 3 points on that pass.
Well, it's like we had said, Texas needs to capitalize on any kind of these jammer penalties they can get to bring that scoring gap in a little bit. And Spread Eagle's going to go ahead and call it, picking up the 3 points. Maybe some more. Oh, there we go. 2 more for 5. That will close the gap. Now 77 for the Chainsaws. Rocky still at 171. Only on jam 6 right now, Scarlett. So, I mean, we're slow pacing it here in the second half starting off. We're only on jam 6. We've got a full almost 8 minutes in. So our jammer lineup, from my perspective down here, I see Meg Riot wearing the scarf for the Chainsaws, and that is Sweet Cyanide as the jammer for Rocky.
So Texas has managed to hold Rocky scoreless since jam number 3, which was definitely not the case in the first half. And here we go. This is fourth lead jammer in a row
for Texas.
Texas?
Yes, fourth lead jammer. Meg Riot out front and lead. Sweet Cyanide still getting mired in the back by the Chainsaw defense. Oh, and Meg Riot slides right into the outside
Zebra.
I'm sorry, I'll call it off. And did so, and don't think any points were picked up. So, no, 2 points, I'm sorry. Texas did get 2 on that one, so 79 for them in total. 21:55 left in our game. One blocker in the box for the Chainsaws. And off we roll. Oive Maria, first time jamming, I believe, today for Rocky. Mila Gritos is the jammer for Texas. And Mila tries to go inside. Meanwhile, Oive Maria.
Pile up in the straightaway.
Yeah, her whistle's blowing as well. Trying to figure who was going to be assessed a penalty. Not seeing anybody. Oh, there we go.
Mila Gritos doesn't care. She's going to try and break through anyway. But Oive Maria.
Oive Maria's lead jammer.
Yep. On the inside lane, we do have a star pass in progress. Oive Maria jumps over the apex.
Star was passed to Delirium Trigger for the Chainsaws. All right, cap in hand there for Trigger. On the inside, Oive Maria almost completed it fully, but not able to fully. A penalty going to be assessed. I believe it was a...
That's on Oive Maria.
This will be a power and a forearm penalty assessed. No, that was another blocker. I'm sorry. Waiting for the penalty on Oive Maria. Meanwhile, regardless, power jam to the Chainsaws.
This was only the second lead for Rocky Mountain here in the second half.
Back block.
Oh, Tchaikovsky taken out by a sniper.
Meanwhile, Delirium Trigger to the front of the pack completes a scoring pass for 4 points.
It was a back blocking penalty for Oive.
Yes. Trigger now through, looking for some more points. Trying to spin move on the inside.
I thought for a second there, Delirium Trigger had started to just go on the defensive and just shove a blocker out of the way, but then, I'm jamming.
Yeah, I got to be the jammer now. But great block, great up front, great wall work there by Rocky, is cinching in on Trigger. It looks like Tchaikovsky there serving as the brace on that 2-wall.
Pivot for Rocky, currently serving as the offensive assist, but then they force Oive Maria to fend for herself. Pat getting spread out
and
one by one.
Jam's going to come to an end. And looking for some more points rung up here. Looks like 8-4 jam in favor of, 8-8 jam, sorry. So even split there, 179-87. Rocky still out front.
Solid penalty kill there for, ineffective penalty kill because we were matched on point totals. 179 to 87 is where we currently stand. We're heading into jam number 8 here in the second half. We're going to see Harper Bazaar face off against Speedo.
Pack moves quickly into turn number 1.
Speedo facing off against a rotating 3-wall and is sent to the penalty box.
I believe it is, I thought I saw forearm, or maybe I'm wrong on that one. The penalty assessed, though, so for Speedo.
Harper Bazaar, your lead jammer, and now through on a first scoring pass, approaching the pack for the second. Nice rush up and break up by Rocky.
That was a high block penalty on Speedo. That apparently was the call.
Harper Bazaar shoved to the infield, facing off against a full contingent of Rocky Mountain blockers. Finds space on the inside, just on those toe stops. Great track awareness there.
4 points picked up by Harper Bazaar, looking for some more now leading up to the pack.
Speedo is back into the fray, has removed the star from her helmet, or their helmet, pardon.
Harper Bazaar down on the outfield, going to reset back in turn 3. Meanwhile, Speedo still working to furiously get through. He's getting all kind of tangled up in the Rocky defense.
Tangled is a really good word for what is happening out on the track right now. Pack so spread out, the camera can't catch everyone in the same shot. Speedo is allowed to get through, now has to make that first scoring pass. Now on that first scoring pass, Harper Bazaar 8 points in the pocket so far, calls it off right as Speedo hits the pack. Speedo may have grabbed a couple there. Did two points.
Yes. Great job by Speedo to catch that at the very end to pull those 2 points in.
11 points, however, for Rocky going on the board. 190 to 89 is where our score currently stands.
So 17 minutes and 7 seconds to go as we line up here for jam number 9. And whistles blow. That is Sweet Cyanide jamming for Rocky Mountain. Spread Eagle with the star for Texas. And Spread Eagle on the inside, fast-paced. Find that inside seam all the way through the lead jam.
Spread Eagle was the top point scorer for Texas in the first half. This pack is off to the races like they are doing laps.
For this late in the day for a fast pack, I'm a little surprised, but here we go. Ooh.
Let's end the night with some cardio, gang.
No kidding. Get your workout on. These jammers are trying really hard to catch back up to that
y'all.
Spread Eagle gets there first and going to call it quickly, but I think maybe got 1 point off of that. Let's see. No, nothing.
Rocky happy with the performance on that one. High fives all around. So part of me has to wonder, since Rocky is in the Denver area and they're up at altitude, do they use that conditioning from being way in thin air to wear down their components? Texas, of course, and Austin, very flat.
Very flat.
Not dealing with that kind of environmental pressure, so to speak.
Here we go. Oive Maria, the jammer for Rocky. Meg Riot with the star for Texas. And Oive Maria tries to go to the outside, now to the inside. Meanwhile, Meg Riot going to recycle on the inside quickly. Again, once again, a frenetic movement within this pack right here for both teams. A little bit of wall work starting in the front for Rocky as Meg Riot trying to go to the outside. Meanwhile, inside frame, no pass, no penalty. Not lead jammer Oive Maria. Still up for grabs for Meg Riot if she can get through with this tremendous Rocky defense.
Solid anchored tripod there.
Yeah. Oive Maria working trying to get to the inside lane, but quickly shut the door.
Both teams down a blocker, so 3 is all they got to hold back their respective jammers, and it looks like Meg Riot taking a penalty on that one. So Oive Maria still in the fray, grabs 4 points on that pass.
Looks like
no lead jammer, so full natural 2-minute jam.
And Oive Maria is through, picking up the 4-point pass.
Second 4-point pass, 8 total on the jam. Those pesky forearms.
And Oive Maria down to a knee pad and going to quickly go. Tries to hop the apex.
Nice shot there with the apex jump attempt. Pardon.
Now going to try it again. Now in the turn 3 entrance is Chainsaw's defense lining up on Olive Maria. Now going to brace the wall.
That was Metallica breath on the jammer takeout.
Air denial.
Your clearance has been denied.
Negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. 4-point pickup for Olive Maria. Looks to the bench. Decides they're going to keep on rolling with this one. Oh, but
Doesn't
Power
have
Jam
a
again.
choice.
Now got to
Doesn't
now.
have a choice.
And Power Jam. We're going to start on a power start now as Meg Riot picks up another penalty.
Another forearm.
The end of that jam. So another power start for Rocky.
So we mentioned jammer penalties being troublesome for Texas in the first half. We are now seeing a little bit of that. The only player currently in a little bit of penalty trouble is number 90 from Rocky, which is Wee Bunny Bruiser.
Power start here. I see Harper Bazaar will be the jammer for Rocky on the power start.
Meg Riot still in the penalty box. Blue Jay falling back. Now regrouping. Trikilski, designated bulldozer again.
Pat creeping through turn number 2. Harper Bazaar trying to just edge around. Now goes to take an inside route.
Oh, beautiful swallowing up of the entire
Yes.
pack to try and clear path on that inside lane. Got whistles being blown, cutting the track penalty being assessed. Unclear as to whom.
Going to be on the chainsaws. I believe it's on Grit, I believe, got that one? Yes, I believe it's Grit.
Nice penalty kill here by the Chainsaws. Harper Bazaar out of the pack and is your lead jammer. However, took almost a minute to make that initial pass and be declared lead jammer. Helmet cover has been removed from Meg Riot's helmet.
And Harper Bazaar ducks through on the inside, picking up the 4 points. Star pass has been completed by the Chainsaws to Blue Jay. As Harper Bazaar, meanwhile, fighting through the inside, pirouetting through the pack, able to get around the block from Meg Riot. 4 points added to the Rocky total. Blue Jay also going to be able to clear the pack to pick up 4. Tight pack there. And Harper Bazaar just finds an inside lane and says, I'm going to go right here, and I don't care if you're getting in front of me or not.
Yeah, I don't think they found a whole lot of space there. It was more of a out of my way.
It was a mixture of space, and I saw a foot in my way. I'm just going to hop over that foot and go.
You know, one thing I've noticed here, and it might have to do with the point differential, but Pink Flamingo has not jammed so far here in the second half, and was responsible for 85 points in the first half. So I'm curious about that change in strategy.
Might have been a coaching strategy, maybe just to kind of.
Well, if they've got to play again tomorrow,
the wrestler, yes, exactly.
Well, Sweet Cyanide wasting no time jumping out to lead jammer status as Milagritos is trying to get through on lane 1, pushing past those Rocky blockers one at a time. Sweet Cyanide now back into the fray. Jostling for position between 2 and 3, shoved to the infield. Forced to recycle to the apex by number 76, Liberty Bellringer.
That jam's going to get called, looks like
3 points.
3 points picked up by Rocky, and a team timeout going to be called by, I'm guessing, Texas. Yes, there we go. All right, that leaves them with 1 timeout left. Rocky with 2 and their official review. Again, we are going to close out here with this game on day 2 of Clover Cup. 1 more day to go. If you're watching this game live on the stream, thank you very much. If you're enjoying the chat, come on and join the stream. Join us in the chat. Tell us what you like. Cheer for your favorite teams. We'll look through a little bit of chat messaging. And I found one earlier, Evil Cupcake. This announcer sounds like Al Roker. I feel like I'm watching the Macy's Parade. Well, if you like the Macy's Parade, I'll take it. I'm guessing this person means me. So I'm just saying.
I'm assuming it's not me.
Tab Nation can't. We were talking about the whole thin air advantage there for Rocky.
Everyone seems to agree. Yes.
Tab Nation can't confirm. I'm from Denver and I haven't taken a breath in 3 days.
You know, I don't blame you. We were joking. So PR is from New Orleans and I'm from Houston, both areas of high humidity.
Yes.
And when Dallas said, "Oh, it's going to be humid while you're here," we laughed.
You don't know humid. I live in a city where
you're below sea level.
You walk outside and you get slapped in the face with a wet towel. Every day. It's imaginary, but it does happen.
I mean, there's a lot of spirits in New Orleans.
You're not wrong.
So back to the action on the track. We have Harper Bazaar jamming for Rocky and Speedo for Texas. Speedo shoved to the outside right out of the gate by our bird and bug expert, Auto Bondage.
Harper Bazaar working in the front, working to bump around that Chainsaw's defense.
And again, Rocky with that offensive assist there, pivot Oive Maria this time being the assist to break up that Texas wall.
Now being the bridge for a second.
Texas going all in on defense right now as Rocky forced to do the bridge. Now Texas has to peel off a blocker in order to avoid a destruction.
Harper Bazaar just working, trying to just lean in every possible.
Rotate.
Finally gets around Delirium Trigger, picks up lead jammer.
Speedo looking for their pivot, executes a star pass that's going to go to 21-13. Delirium Trigger taking over as the scorer of record, and both jammers are toe-to-toe at the moment. However, Harper Bazaar through with 4 points already. Delirium approaches the pack. I don't believe managed to get any points before Harper Bazaar.
Correct. 0-0 jam right there. So double pass, but a 4-0 jam for Rocky. 2:21 is their score. Texas Chainsaws 93. Just under 9.5 minutes now left on the game clock.
I feel like the second half has gone by quickly.
It has gone by quicker.
Quickly.
Yes.
Aw, that's how it always is. I'm having fun, and then
it's the last game of the
faster.
day. It's like, why? We'll just go on longer. That's all I ask. Here we go. Sweet Cyanide jamming for Rocky here in Jam 14. Spread Eagle with the star for Texas. And through the pack quickly, Sweet Cyanide picking up lead jammer, hopping through the apex in turn 1.
Ooh, sneaky on the inside goes Spread Eagle to get through on that initial pass. Sweet Cyanide approaching the pack and bowling through.
Goes ahead and calls it. Let's see about points.
3.
3. There we go. So Rocky apparently content here to get little quick scoring jams to call. And closing it now at 8:41 to go. So working into jam number 15. Like you say, it's been a little slower paced here, or faster paced here overall in this half. But only on jam 15 now as we're well past the halfway point, almost in the third quarter of the second half if you want to get that way. If you want to go that route. Off we go. That is Meg Riot for Texas wearing the star. Harper Bazaar for Rocky Mountain.
Score is currently 224-93. We are in jam number 15 here in the second half.
Meg Riot going to get knocked back a little bit. Not sure if something happened. But back on the track now and going to engage the Rocky blockers. Might have been a little bit of an equipment issue, but back now and moving. Meanwhile, Harper Bazaar to the inside. Going to quickly pirouette. Oh, was going to pirouette and reset. Decided better to do that and go back and get behind everybody.
I like that combo, pirouette and reset.
Pirouette and reset.
Nice
And
follow through on those Texas blockers, but Harper Bazaar does manage to get through. Is your lead jammer for Rocky.
And going to go ahead and game will be quickly called at that point, so nothing to nothing.
We do have one Rocky blocker currently sitting in the penalty box. 0 all on the jam. Texas still has 1 clock stoppage remaining. Rocky with 3, including their official review.
And we're closing in on the 7:20 mark left in the game.
Little fist bump action on the jam line.
Of course,
Friendly
why not?
competition.
That never hurt nobody. Off we go. That is Milagritos for Texas. Sweet Cyanide with the star for Rocky.
Full complement of blockers for Texas, and we've got whistles being blown. Texas has remained scoreless since Jam 8, so Rocky really figuring out, finding their footing here in the second half of the second half.
Cyanide breaks through to earn lead jammer. And
Gritos with the star in hand, trying to make it through that 3-wall in the front of Rocky blocker, starting to get a little spread out, and now we're doing sled drills.
Yep. And Milagritos down to the knee pass quickly, but right back up, heading into turn 3, but that gives time for Rocky to reform in front.
Texas really closing in on the front of the pack, therefore those destruction calls that I think Mila was counting on were not going to happen there.
So yeah, jam does get called. 4-0 jam there for Rocky. 2:28 is their score. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws at 93, 6 minutes and 2 seconds.
Texas has not had lead jammer since jam number 9, so we definitely saw a bit of a shift here halfway through the second half. And I do see that bright orange helmet on the track. That is, we've mentioned a couple times, Auto Bondage is a skater for Team Desi, skating at the World Cup coming up this summer. And now out on the jam line, we have Harper Bazaar for Rocky Mountain Roller Derby, and the Texas Roller Girls have fielded Speedo once again, who is shoved out in turn 1. Harper Bazaar, however, fighting against a full complement of Texas blockers in turn 1. Speedo attempts to break away, gets a follow-through hit by her former teammate, Chykilski, and then shoved to the infield by Rocky's pivot.
You knew that was coming at some point where they're going to have 10 games at some point. There we go. Lead jammer is going to go to Harper Bazaar. And Speedo still trying to work through. She gets to the outside and is through on the initial pass. Looking for scoring points here, but Harper Bazaar calls it before Speedo could reach the back of the pack. 3 points added to Rocky's score. Almost at that 4.5 minute mark. As we said, the winner of this game moves on to play, what was that time again there, Scarlett?
The winner of this game?
The winner
of this game will go on to play tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
At 12 noon. That is our first game of the day tomorrow, if you're live in person hanging out here with us.
The joy of a double elimination bracket.
Right. Off we go here. That is Sweet Cyanide jamming for Texas. Spread Eagle is the Texas jammer, Spread Eagle. Rocky Mountain is Sweet Cyanide. And Texas gets lead as Spread Eagle is able to get out of the pack first.
Breaking that lead jammerless streak, courtesy of Spread Eagle, the top point scorer for Texas in the first half. And then on the Rocky side, we're seeing Harper and Cyanide going every other jam since jam number 11. So Rocky has really zeroed in on that jammer rotation. Texas, however, this time found a way to break out of whatever slump that was. And oddly enough, Spread Eagle was the last lead jammer for Texas in jam 9.
Here we are lining up for jam 19 for a second half. 3.5 to go on the game clock. That is going to be Harper Bazaar once again jamming for Rocky. Mila Gritos is the Texas jammer. I feel like Harper Bazaar has been basically almost every other jam out there now for Rocky.
Yeah, Harper and Cyanide kind of rotating one and one.
The pack still right at the pivot line now as Mila looking on the inside, trying to stride it through on the inside lane, but denied. And meanwhile, Harper Bazaar jockeying for position at the back of that field, now quickly to the front, and is through for lead jammer.
Blockers flying everywhere. We're at that point in the game where everyone's just...
And it will be a power jam for Rocky as a penalty assessed to Mila. Ooh, misconduct penalty. So
Texas regrouping at the front, full complement of blockers for both teams. Rocky going on the offensive, but their choice strategy here was really just to hang back and let Texas get too far away that they've got to let her go. Oh, 1 foot on the outside lane, stays in for a while. She is lead jammer.
And was signaling the call off and gets the call off now as Amila was heading back into the pack.
4 points on the first scoring pass for Harper.
It might be, unless they're conferring. No,
yeah, 4 points on the jam, that last little shove out. We are inside the last 2 minutes of this game. We're heading into jam number 20. And we've got smiles on the jam line, full complement of blockers for both teams. Speedo facing off against Zoom Bayou.
Zoom Bayou's first jam today for Rocky.
About to say, I don't recognize that jammer as a jammer.
First time today. Speedo getting bumped around in the back of that pack. Meanwhile, Zoom to the front.
Zoom fighting against that anchored tripod in the front. Hot Pepper as the brace. You've got a bridge in the middle by Texas. That's number 82, Marizi Livin.
If you watch the wall work here, Texas with the longer arm braced wall with a little bit more of a spread out, but Rocky's wall a lot tighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little easier for Speedo to kind of duck around.
I don't know if that's a
Right.
mountain thing, like
Yeah.
strong at the base, because
Yeah.
the point seems. But whereas
It's a
Texas
little more
is leaning more
instead
heavily
of
on
at the elbows,
Yes.
it's more up into the bicep area. You've noticed some of the grip there on the wall for Rocky.
And there we get the offensive assist. Designated bulldozer this time is number 26, me quads be blazing. And I'm sure everybody's quads be blazing at this point,
yes, indeed.
especially after those tripods.
Still trying to keep that pack bridge together now, as now Rocky going to go try up to help to spring the jammer from the chainsaw wall. Zoom Bayou still tangled up at the back. Oh, it takes a spill.
So Rocky has
That's it.
scored 78 points so far in this half. Texas has only scored 35. Now, we have not had anybody emerge from their initial pass
No.
here in this jam, and we
No.
have 8 seconds left on the
Yeah,
period
so
clock,
this will
25
likely-
seconds left on the jam clock.
So the way this is shaking out right now, this is likely going to be our last jam as the period clock does expire. We're now on jam time.
Walker headed to the penalty box for Rocky. Speedo regrouping and shoved outside, and Zoom Bayou still struggling.
Neither jammer able to get any kind
Good
of ground
gracious.
there. Wow.
We have a 2-minute no initial pass, and Speedo gets lead to close it out for Texas. However, that is the natural conclusion of the jam and the game. Hard-fought battle by both of these red, black, and white themed teams. People going crazy for Zoom in the chat.
Yeah, a lot of zoom in the chat.
Great job to both teams.
Yes. Waiting for our final score to come from our unofficial final with Rocky Mountain at 235 and Texas at 96, meaning Rocky Mountain will move forward in the bracket play.
And they now get to play their third game
Oof.
of the tournament. They will be going off to face a foe they are familiar with, Montana, who they very narrowly lost to. So that is going to
First
be
game,
like
yes.
a redemption
Yes.
game.
The score is final, so we have a final score. Rocky Mountain Roller Derby's 52-80 Fight Club will take the win here, 235. Texas Roller Girls Chainsaws, 96. Very fun game, very physical game, as we kind of thought it would be coming in with both of these teams. It was interesting to watch. Both teams put it all out there. It was really, really great. And it was a fun way to close out our day 2 here at Clover Cup, Scarlet.
Yeah, and I think Rocky, even though this is going to be their tomorrow, will be their third game of the tournament, and they're duplicating game 2. That was just a 15-point loss
Wow,
they had
yeah.
to Rocky.
So,
and it came down, to Montana, pardon.
Yes.
So I think they are looking for that redemption. Texas, hard fought, way to go, Chainsaws.
Yep.
Chainsaws were the lower ranked team in this matchup, with Rocky at 51, Chainsaws at 56. And then the winner of the Montana Rocky game, that is at 12 o'clock tomorrow, will then go on to play the Dallas Derby Devils for the championship final Sunday at 4 p.m. And fun fact, if Rocky wins game 9 and they go on to play game 10 against Dallas, we will have 2 representatives of Team Announcer in that final championship game with Huck and Chai.
That will be a lot of fun.
That will be a lot of fun. So this has been a lot of fun.
It has. Yes, it has.
Thank you,
Always.
everybody, for joining us for day 2 of Clover Cup 2025. Be sure to tune in nice and early tomorrow. Our first game of the day will be the Dallas Derby Devils Battalion of Doom versus Yellow Rose, facing off at 10
That is
a.m.
at 10 a.m. Then back to the bracketed play at noon with that game we talked about a minute ago with Rocky taking on Montana.
That will be followed by at 2 p.m. the Yalhalla versus Tampa Death Rollers. And then our championship game at 4 p.m. All of these are in Central Time. So we hope to see you back tomorrow for day 3, our final day of Clover Cup 2025. I've been Scarlett O'Hurtya.
For some reason, I'm still PR Armageddon.
And we have been joined by our lovely producer, Huck. So we will see y'all tomorrow.
Have a good one. See you later. Whatever. Last word for me today.
Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye.
All right, thank everybody for coming out. That's a wrap of day 2 of Clover Cup 2025. Thank y'all so very much for being here and being a part of it. We've got one more day of roller derby action for y'all, so we thank y'all very much. Everybody be careful going home. Try to avoid the storms. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Watch your tail.
Hell out of here.
There's an after party. Go.